Hi. Hello. Can you guys hear me? Hi. Welcome. Tis time. Oh, my boobs are too big for this shirt. Hi. 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 Hello. Hello. Let's do this. Hi y'all. What's going on? Things aren't right. There's so many things that just thank you. I dried it 100% today. Those days where you're just like, I'm not gonna dry my hair. All the way. And you're just like, shh, shh, shh. That's good enough. And it's still dripping. That's what happened. I'm ready. Hello, hello. Keep it classy, please. For sure. Keep it classy. I swear to God, if you get fired because of me, Raylene, what is going on? What is going on? Thank you again. My hair does look great. Ronnie, hello. Thank you. How are you? I've missed you. I hope you are well. I'm probably going to reach out to you in a day or two. I'm thinking of doing a visit, um, visiting Cheryl. Uh, and I would love for you to join me on that. I hope your trip went well. And so we are massive musical theater nerds here, and Ronnie just recently saw Wicked, and we cannot wait. We cannot wait to hear all about it. Good afternoon. Currently waiting at Five Guys. Oh, for another little snack. For another little snack. Y'all, if you ever are getting a DoorDash and you see Raylene as your driver, I swear to God. Seeing this bag of Five Guys has a handhold. Stop. She be sneaking. This is a judgment-free zone, though. Judgment-free zone. Hello, hello, Wicked. I ordered a sandwich from next door. Stop. Stop. You work. Okay, I can't do this. Y'all, we have so much to talk about. We have so much to catch up on. We have things to do. My tea is steeping. Wicked was incredible. Everyone, I'm changed for good. I love you. Yes. I'm ready to settle in. Settle in. Settle in. We have so much stuff. It's fine. We have things we're going to cover, some Karen Reed. I don't want to say it's been a little slow lately, but they're currently in jury selection. There have been some things that like don't really I don't want to say they don't really matter, but from where we come from, they're like very specifically like, I'm a lawyer and this is a lawyer thing. And in the grand scheme of things, whatever happens at the trial is going to happen at the trial. But there are some things that have happened. We are going to look at the Canton police audit. Please, anything. Tell me when and where. We have options. We are close to some really great theater bits. We have theater up, we have theater down, we have theater east and west. Whenever you are ready, let's go. Say, just give me a date for sure. I love Broadway, obviously. I love a good Broadway show, but off Broadway and community theater is so underrated. There are community theaters that are like, okay, great. I'm glad we're doing what is it, the woods one again, the Seussical, all that stuff. Wow, cool, awesome, great. But then there's some community theaters, especially around here, that will do some fantastic things. Summer's coming. Shakespeare in the Park is happening. It's always really good to just sort of reset your brain with a little bit of Shakespeare in my Into the Woods. Also, I love Seussical. Yes, Seussical is great, but there's only so many times I could watch it, you know? It's the tens. Stop it. Um, no, detail, always detail. Give all details forever. I will always take all the details. So we're going to cover a little bit of the Canton police audit that was done. And this was coming from someone who just searched Karen Reed, John O'Keefe, and we're going to look at some of the audit pages from the Karen Reed, John O'Keefe case and the Sandra Birchmore case, because those two are back to back in the doc. So we're going to look at a little bit of what the audit found, what they suggest, what they think, and if they are leaning one side or the other. Do we agree? Do we disagree? This is coming from a layman of, here are words, here are my thoughts. I am not a internal affairs official. I am not an official police auditor. I don't know what the rules that they already have in place. We'll learn about that in this document. And this is just going to be straight opinion. And from what we have seen, what was presented in the first trial, and if you didn't watch the first trial, we will obviously do a little review. We'll chit chat about that. So we're going to talk about that as well. We'll talk about jury selection, how that's going, how how it's kind of going a little faster than expected, but that's cool. That's fine. And then we'll go into the Karens, the interrogations, the I'm rich and police impersonators. We got a lot on the docket today, and I'm excited. And we're just gonna like just boot, scoot, and boogie through stuff because that's what we do. That's what we do. So let me get this presented. Share screen. This one. See se puede. I don't know. Can I get rid of this? Sure. Let's actually, before we go to page 92 of 206, let's do a quick like page 1 sort of situation. Yeah, let's do that. And then we'll hop back to page 92. It's going crazy fast, concerningly fast. Maybe so. Maybe I do have some concerns, there are some concerns that I have, and it's okay. Maybe that, like, it's did I do there? Okay, this is pretty much as big as I can make it, but I will read the words that I'm saying. Thank you. And before we get into this, let's run the intro. I'm putting honey in my tea. I love that you said that. I literally, if you could see my desktop, I have a post-it on the desktop sneaking under my screen here that says play intro, you stupid person. So perfect. Thank you. I love my intro. Is this too small? Do you want me to try to make this bigger? But then that is kind of I could maybe over here. It's good. Okay. How about this? Is that, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what happens. I'm blind and can't see anything, so I'm listening. Fair. I can read it fine, especially if you're reading it too. Yeah, I'll read it. I'll read what I see. This is a 206-page document, so there's a lot happening here. And if it's really interesting, I might just go through it like on my own, and then we could kind of do like a part 2 on Sunday. But okay, so this is the executive summary of the 2025 on-site audit of the Canton Police Department. I just can't see small print anymore because you blind as a bat. That's okay. I will be reading. That's why I have my tea. Executive summary introduction. The town of Canton, Massachusetts, and the Special Police Audit Committee selected 5 Stones Intelligence, 5SI, to conduct an independent police audit. They call IPA, of the Canton Police Department in November 2024. Our audit team conducted a thorough review of the scope of work, which detailed areas of review including crime scene protocols, professional standards, accountability processes, organizational structure, and other operational aspects. This audit included a financial review of overtime expenditures, asset forfeiture expenditures, and police detail finances. So they looked at just about everything. They came in and they said, what are we doing from the moment this department's doors were unlocked to now? Who's doing what? Who's collecting this? Who's getting paid what? Are y'all clocking overtime and not actually showing up? Which I believe was an issue in the Sandra Birchmore case. I think there was a moment of concern as well. Just sort of being on the clock, doing overtime and not actually being on the clock and doing anything. So there's a lot of things. They looked at a lot of things, and this is an independent police audit. So this company is not supposed to be associated in any way, shape, or form with the Canton Police Department. I do not believe they are associated in any way, shape, or form with the Canton Police Department. But we have seen wilder things happen. The residents of Canton commissioned the police audit following the tragic death of a town resident, Boston police officer John O'Keefe. On January 29th, 2022, the community seeks to comprehensively assess the department's strengths and identify areas where improvements can be made. And we'll just do a little bit more here. The audit was conducted from November 18th, 2024 to March 30th, 2025. They were around for a while, reviewing activities spanning from fiscal years 2015 to 2025 at Canton PD. 5 SI team members were present on site for approximately 12 weeks, evaluating the day-to-day operations, the department's adherence to internal policies and procedures, as well as compliance with applicable laws and regulations, including Massachusetts general laws, local bylaws. So funny, my tongue twister. 5SI conducted interviews of all members of the Canton Police Department, including over 40 police officers and other town employees. Many of the interviews were completed under the condition of anonymity. As part of the inquiry, our team examined more than 98 policies, procedures, rules, and regulations. Recommendations were put forward in various aspects of the project, such as professional standards, civilian grievances and accountability, crime scene protocols, advanced training, and compliance within the Massachusetts Police Accreditation Commission. Oh, I think the internet. Oh, shoot. The internet's doing a thing. I did not plug in. I'm sorry. Hold on. One moment. Uno momento, por favor. Uno momento. Okay. Luckily, there's no vid. God damn it. Luckily, there's no video, and it's just me. Hold. I need one wire that's attached to like 17 different wires. Don't. Okay. Where were we? In conducting this audit, we received full cooperation from Chief Helena Rafferty and other members of the police department and town employees. Prior to this audit, no member of the 5SI audit team had ever met any current or former employees of the Canton PD, the Police Audit Committee, or the Select Board. This report was not provided to any members of the department and or town employees prior to April 1st. This year, 2025. The audit team provided updates to Robert McCarthy, chairperson on the Police Audit Committee. Our team conducted interviews with all Canton PD employees. The officers who agreed to be interviewed were candid, cooperative, and forthright. Each officer was interviewed in private with no supervisors present. No senior member of the Canton PD, command staff, or town officials interfered with or attempted to influence the information and or findings in this report. Well, that's good to hear that no one tried to be like, hey, so what did so-and-so say the other day? Did she say anything about me? I'm a good boss, right? I know what I'm doing. I know what I'm talking about. Let's just da 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 da. Okay. Included in the audit, assessment of policy compliance with standards of law enforcement accreditation organizations, assessment of the application of policy in recent investigations, assessment of the written policy and protocols as applied in recent investigations, and presentation of findings and recommendations. Not included in the audit. These are things that are not included. Red Solo cups are acceptable. We'll get there. We will get there. Not included in the audit. Reinvestigation of any cases or finding of fact. Analysis of evidence collected in ongoing or prior criminal cases and rendering any opinion of guilt or innocence of a party. We're gonna skip the review scope methodology. Let's just go back to page, I believe it's 92 of 206. So January 29th, 2022, case file audit of the death of Boston police officer John O'Keefe. So this is when they started digging into this specific case file. Obviously, it was on the tip of everyone's tongues. There was when they started this, it was all popping off. They needed to be here. They knew as a district that the defense for Karen Reed was going to say the cops did a bad job. They did not follow protocols. So a jump to, we need to make sure that we have not just internal affairs, not just the supervisor saying that they did the best that they could with the situation, but also that an outside resource, 5SI, is also saying the same thing. So let's see what they found. This is going to be very interesting. Will this be able to be used in the second trial of Karen Reed? I mean, yes and no. We're going to see evidence, pictures of things that are within the case file. The so both sides already have all of this information. And they can use it to the best of their knowledge, even when they have 5SI saying they did a really great job, if that's a thing. They did a really, really great job. It doesn't mean that that is true. Now, this is going to bring up, let me talk about what has recently happened. So, the defense was denied a motion to have a an expert testify to the proper workings, procedures, rules, regulations that Canton PD should have followed, that Massachusetts State Police should have followed throughout their investigation. You wear gloves. You wear gloves. Um, no, we don't. You maybe don't borrow someone's red Solo cups, those types of things. The defense, Judge Canoni denied that expert to stand trial or stand a witness on trial. So the defense cannot bring this witness who I believe worked with the FBI or something like that. They knew what they were doing. They were high up there, and Judge Canoni said, "No, we don't do that here. You can see if they followed proper procedures and protocols through cross-examination." And it's like, but we can have an expert say exactly what they should have been able to do, and then we can have the witness say what they did, and then the jury can say, but they didn't do what they should have been able to do or should have done based on this expert witness who has been in law enforcement for their entire life, and they have written the books on it and all that stuff. So we are going to not have that. Judge Canoni said, no, don't do that. And what's odd is that there are a lot of trials in a lot of different places where they do have an expert come in and say, these are the proper procedures, protocols that the officer should have followed. This is what they should have done. This is how the chain of custody works. And, if it doesn't work like that, then that's a problem. So not having that is interesting. Judge Bev and the Commonwealth of Massachusetts really makes me shake my head sometimes. I guess it's law, but yeah, what's really interesting about being a judge is, yes, you have to follow the law, but you are faced with making a lot of decisions that you are you have to find and redefine and define the law. So she very easily could have said, sure, bring this expert in. Um, or let's do a voir dire, let's do an in camera, let's see what this expert would say. And then I will have both the Commonwealth and the defense team argue as to why it would add to the defense's case in chief to have this expert say in front of these jurors what these officers should have done. And I feel as if this audit might have, or knowing that this audit was occurring, might have added to some fuel behind Judge Canoni to say, we don't need an expert to say what these police officers should have done, because they did follow the rules. They followed the protocols. We have an audit. The Commonwealth is able to prove that they did. So we don't need someone to say what they should have done, because they did what they should have done, depending on what this audit says. So it's very interesting to me that it's a little bit of a I don't want to say I don't want to say the only words that I can find. It doesn't feel right. It feels off that they were denied having this expert say what officers should have done, should have been able to do in this blizzard, especially officers who work in Boston, in the Boston area, on the East Coast in the winter. Is this really the first time that every single person has ever experienced someone passing away or actively passing away, or a crime scene that involves snow? I don't believe it. I don't believe it at all. I can understand the concept of pulling out a leaf blower. I can understand the concept behind it. But at the same time, there should have been every single other person saying, I see what you want to do, but that's not how it should be done. That's not how we can do it. I can see you want to do it. I can see why you want to do it. I can understand what is going to happen when we do it, but that's not how we do it. About as right as me tipping myself in a French fry or two. It just feels off. So um let's go back to the document, and I just don't like where I am. Give me 1 second. I just don't like it. I don't like it at all. I'm going to oop, da, 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 da. I want to why hold 1. Thank you. Sorry. Okay, that's better. Where did the internet go? What's going on? Where did the internet go? I don't understand why this is happening. I don't understand why this is happening. I don't understand. All right. Let's get back into case file audit of the death of Boston Police Officer John O'Keefe, as requested by the Canton Police Audit Committee and Canton Town residents. The audit team reviewed the initial police response, crime scene investigation actions, police reports, evidence collection, and evidence documentation to ensure policy procedures were followed by Canton PD surrounding the death investigation of Boston Police Officer John O'Keefe. And there is 34 Fairview, the hydrant that we have talked. And this is actually a great time to, quite possibly for the first time for some of us, to see these photos in like high def form. We're seeing them up close and personal. We're not seeing them through a camera that's put on one of those screens that puts it on a white screen on the TV. Like we're seeing this sort of right in front of us for this. So beautiful house. Also, if you watch the HBO documentary series, you saw these photos and evidence photos a little closer, and it added a little more substance to me ingesting the evidence photos. The hydrant is hella small. I think it's a little bit of the angle, but I think Massachusetts hydrants are just a little bit smaller than New York hydrants also. I don't think there's a standard size throughout America. Also just Massachusetts in general is older. Like the settling is a little older. So maybe flagpole for reference. So John O'Keefe was found in this area. I don't know. It's tough. It's tough to the angles of the photos. They never did like here's oh my god, what do they call those tape measure tape. It's rolled up like tape. We're moving on. Photo taken February 2nd, 2022 of 34 Fairview Road, Canton, Massachusetts, by the Boston Globe. So this was not taken by but you can still see it's basically the same photos. Canton PD. Okay, so we're going to do a quick little summation. Where did the internet go? Quick high def, thank God. Yeah, honestly, because what we see during the streamed trials is embarrassing. It's embarrassing. So Canton PD calls for service at 34 Fairview Road. So this is the getting the 911 calls, 911 operators calling out officers and ambulances and all this stuff to the town. So to the 34 Fairview Road. Did they say road? Yes. 5:04 a.m. Canton PD receives a call on January 29th, 2022 at approximately 5:04. Carrie Roberts called the Canton Police Department. Miss Roberts reported that Mr. O'Keefe had not returned home the previous evening. Reference made to call for police on January 29th, 2022. This has some QR codes. If you want to, it links to a Google Drive where it has all these audio files played. We could go over these. Great links, finally, to have great links to direct to the audio files. When and if they are played during the trial, we can play them better, hopefully through not hearing them through a microphone, through a computer, through a TV screen in the courtroom, which is awesome. 6:04, Norwood PD, Canton PD received 911 call from Jennifer McCabe. So an hour later, Jen is calling 911, reported that there was a guy unresponsive in the snow, 34 Fairview Road. Jen's call was passed over to Canton Fire Rescue Emergency Medical Services, wherein Miss McCabe stated she thinks that Mr. O'Keefe passed away. References made on the 911 call to police. Sergeant Good, we remember Sergeant Good, the big guy, dispatches off. Sergeant Good, was Sergeant Good the big guy? No, he wasn't the big guy. Who was the big guy? Who was like the first officer? I have my notes. That's from Sarah Boone. I don't have my notes. I don't have my Karen Reed notes. Anywho, Sergeant Good notifies Sergeant Lank that Lieutenant Gallagher to respond. So they're just spreading the word of all these things that, to all these people. Hey, get out here. We need response. We need help. We need assistance. 609 Canton PD officer Stephen Saroff arrives at 34. That was him. 34 Fairview Road. Ms. McCabe, Karen Reed, and Carrie Roberts. They were over the body of John O'Keefe performing CPR, reported that he was not breathing. Saroff noted Mr. O'Keefe was bleeding and his skin was cold to the touch. A man passed out in the snow. Officer Saroff noted Mr. O'Keefe was bleeding. His skin was cold to the touch. Moments later, Canton Fire responded and took over first aid response. It's not like Saroff was doing any first aid. I don't think we saw that on any. I don't think he testified that he hopped in to do CPR. He did not hop in to do any aid. And there was time between when he showed up and EMS showed up. I hate Jen. That's fair. That's a fair conclusion of that person. Let's see. Saroff reported that Karen Reed was distraught and could not tell him what happened because no one knew at that time what happened, allegedly. So, yeah. 612, Mulaney arrived and observed a female conducting CPR on John O'Keefe. It is 612. She is doing CPR. 609, Stephen Saroff has arrived. So there's 3 minutes, 2 to 3 minutes where Saroff was not rendering aid. He was just like, guy's dead. Like, where there's no aid being rendered by Saroff, which is, I think, a problem. Like, problems on the scene start, I feel, with that. Officer Mulaney reported that Sergeant Good told Miss Roberts to take Miss Reed home. Weird. Not, hey, follow, get in the car, calm down, meet us at the hospital, go home. Yeah, because it was a blizzard, which Lally made sure everyone knew. Officer Mulaney reported Reed's father called Canton PD and reported Karen Reed was suicidal, and Sergeant Good ordered Miss Roberts to return to the scene with Miss Reed. Such a weird situation. This whole situation is really weird. Miss Reed was then recommended for medical evaluation. She wasn't recommended for medical evaluation. She was forced to be basically 5150'd. Section 12 is what they call it, and transported to Good Samaritan Hospital, where that's exactly where John O'Keefe was going. Canton, because at this point he was not gone. They were working on him. Canton Fire Department Emergency Medical Services arrived at 612. Canton PD Sergeant Sean Good arrived at the scene at 614 and noted Mr. O'Keefe was in the ambulance with paramedics. Miss McCabe, Reed, Roberts were standing outside the rescue. Sergeant Good, they spelled his name wrong, reported that he asked Miss Reed how she arrived at 34 Fairview Road, and Miss Reed stated, I don't know, which is strange, but she's going through it. Like, what? That's a dumb question sort of situation. Sergeant Good reported that Miss Reed was yelling and was acting hysterical, stating, is he dead? They spelled his name wrong. So not, did I hit him? I hit him. She said, is he dead? Is what is noted in the reports in the case file by Sergeant Good. And then Sergeant Good, spell his name wrong again, reported that he asked Miss Reed if she drove to 34 Fairview Road last night, and she replied, I think so, and I can't remember. Everything's a haze. Everything's blurry, and I'm pretty sure that a lot of people that night don't remember what the hell happened, because they were drinking just as much as Karen Reed, if not more. Miss Miss Reed and Miss McCabe were placed in the backseat of the patrol car 682. On scene, Miss McCabe provided Sergeant Good with a timeline of events leading up to the discovery of John O'Keefe. Sergeant Good, spelled the name wrong again, reported that he interviewed Miss Roberts on scene and she gave him a timeline of events that led her to 34 Fairview. Great. 624. Canton PD Detective Sergeant Lank arrived at the scene and took command. He noted Miss Reed was hysterical and attempts to obtain a statement from her were unsuccessful. According to the officers on scene, Ms. Reed mentioned she did not remember being at 34 Fairview Road. Okay, cool. 6:38, Sergeant Link contacted MSP, CPAC unit, and briefed a summary of the condition of John O'Keefe. MSP is Massachusetts State Police. While Canton PD officers were at the scene, they reported they heard Miss Reed make statements such as, "Is he going to die?" and "Is he dead?" and further noted that Miss Reed was hysterical. Yes. Yes. I don't know about you, but I too would be hysterical in that moment. It's freezing cold. It's 5, 6 o'clock in the morning. My man is bleeding from his head, face busted up. He is not breathing. He is cold to the touch. He's wearing nothing appropriate for the winter. It is a blizzard. And she cannot get a response. He is in an ambulance. He's being transported to a hospital. They're cutting his clothes off. They're zapping his heart. They're trying to get this man to breathe again. Yeah, I'd be in hysterics too. And I have such a problem with the word hysterical. Like I think it's there's such a history to the word hysterical that it's really hard. And I know that they may not have meant it, but I feel like the history of the word hysterical being used by all of these men, describing how this singular woman was acting on scene is all the same hysterical, hysterical. They're all saying hysterical. They're all saying hysterical. She was panicked. She was scared. Like there's more than just she was hysterical. Like just the history of that word and the usage of that word in this case file is really tough for me. I don't know if they meant it. I don't know if it's a subconscious thing. I don't know if they just don't know any other words to describe a person in pure panic and fear and stress and anxiety and you're watching your loved one die. You're watching your partner struggle to stay alive. You're feeling his heart not beating. Like that's going to be a problem within my body and soul. And then to just all of these men just call her hysterical is tough. It's tough for me. It's tough for me to be like, yeah, I get it. Yeah. Yeah, they're so good. Yeah, no, I'm glad they're really detailed. The detail is great. Give me more than just hysterical, you know? Or realize as grown ass men that there is weight and history to just straight describing someone, a woman in particular, hysterical. Um, I don't know. You know what I'm getting at? You know what I'm feeling, vibe, ride my vibe. Sergeant Link noted that Sergeant Good advised that Mr. O'Keefe had been bleeding from his nose and mouth and had swelling around his eyes. Yeah, super normal things from being hit by a car. Sergeant Lank took a statement from Jennifer McCabe, who provided a timeline of the events that led Miss McCabe, Miss Roberts, and Miss Reed to 34 Fairview. After taking a statement from Miss McCabe on scene, Sergeant Lank reported he contacted the owners of 34 Fairview, Brian and Nicole, who provided statements. Interesting. 6:38. After taking a statement from Miss McCabe on scene, Sergeant Lank reported he contacted the owners of 34 Fairview Road, who he's standing outside of on the lawn of, Brian and Nicole Albert, who provided statements. No, Matthew McCabe was at 34 Fairview Road at this time and gave a statement to Sergeant Lank. Interesting, isn't it? Isn't it? At 6:38 a.m. All right. And what were their statements at 6:38 a.m. as they watched a Boston police officer being carted away in an ambulance? Non-responsive. What were their statements? Man, I was sleeping and my dog who barks at everything and attacks people had no idea that There were 7 cop cars, a fire truck, and 3 ambulances out here, and people screaming bloody murder. No idea. So weird. 9 a.m. Love that jump. From 6:38 to 9 a.m. Very, very good. Sergeant Link was contacted by Canton PD um, by Miss McCabe, who requested Sergeant Link return to 34 Fairview. So Jen was like, "Come on back. Come on. Do you want some coffee? I got some donuts." I don't know. That was mean. Sergeant Link and Lieutenant Paul Gallagher responded to 34 Fairview, spoke to Jen, who advised that when Miss McCabe and Miss Roberts and Miss Reed were driving around looking for John, Miss Reed stated something to the effort, "I hope I didn't hit him," and believed Miss Reed made those statements on scene in the presence of a police officer. Note, this information is documented in Sergeant Link's police report and supplemental narrative report of events, not evidence. Approximately 6:24 a.m., Canton Fire Rescue transported Mr. O'Keefe to the Good Samaritan Hospital. In Brockton, Canton Fire Rescue transported Miss Reed to the hospital for evaluation after her father called Canton PD and was like, "Oh, she's suicidal." Dog can't bark if it's not there. Mm, theories. Mr. O'Keefe is declared dead at Good Samaritan Hospital at 7:50. In an hour and 10 minutes, Sergeant Lank is back at 34 Fairview. Not investigating, though. Canton PD detective team, Sergeant Good, Sergeant Lank, and Lieutenant Paul Gallagher. Sergeant Lank notified MSP Norfolk County Investigative Unit at 6:38, who reported they were not responding to the scene because they respond to people who are no longer living. Once John O'Keefe passed away, then Massachusetts State Police is able to step in. And there can be a group effort, there can be a team effort, there can be a hey, let's work together, there can be a we got it from here, give us everything and you cannot touch this again. There can be a hey, we're here to support you. Like there can be team effort and conversations when it comes to especially a presumed unnatural unaliving of a person. But when Massachusetts State Police steps in, they step in because someone is no longer alive. When someone is still alive, injured, they could play a supporting role, aid, they could offer some services, some things that the city police department just don't have access to. They can do that, but until someone is passed away, it's not in their full control unless they the special circumstances could also give them that. But when they found out that it was a Boston police officer and he has now officially passed away, unfortunately, RIP, like it makes me really mad. They stepped in. John passing away it was a massive loss for, I'm sorry, I keep moving the screen. It was a massive loss for this entire community, the entire state, essentially. What John O'Keefe was a part of, what his job was, what he was doing, his immediate family, his extended family, his friends. It was more than just someone passed away. This was a massive loss, and people felt his presence and how things not were going to change, but it felt different after his passing. He was important and he played a massive role in the community. He was not just a man who stepped in to raise his nieces and nephews. He was a man who stepped in to raise his nieces and nephews after his sister and her husband passed away. And he said, "I am going to raise these kids like they're mine, like they are my children. I will give them everything." He changed his job position to have more time to be able to go home, pick the kids up from school, et cetera, et cetera. He was an officer who lived in the neighborhood. He played a massive part in community sports, and so much of John O'Keefe within his community that it was felt like it was felt everywhere. It was felt everywhere. And his job alone working um in the department that he then moved to was important. It's important to protect, those who are victims of sex crimes. It's important. And anywho, let's look at these pictures. Here's some pictures. I digress. Fire hydrant, flagpole 34. Here's some blood spots in the snow, the curb. Here's my mouse. These are the curb, fire hydrant. So looking at the house from the left side, looking at the house from the driveway, the length of from the driveway to the flagpole, stuff. Stuff. Oh my god, this picture sends me to the freaking moon. Okay. Lieutenant Paul Gallagher arrived at 7 a.m. and was brought to the area where John O'Keefe's body was found. Due to the heavy snow and winds, detectives utilized a leaf blower to identify evidence. How are we feeling about the leaf blower? How do you guys feel? Hmm? Let me know how you feel about the leaf blower. Canton PD took photos and videotaped the evidence collection, which was like, I don't know, 12 seconds long. When they say they videotaped, it's not like they set up a tripod and recorded for like 7 hours. It was very quick. Both Sergeant Link, Sergeant Good, Lieutenant Gallagher searched the area, discovered a broken drinking glass. Well, they discovered glass that is assumed to be a drinking glass, which sure it could could be. How would the leaf blower work in high winds? Contradicting, if you ask me. It's a fair point. Absolutely fair point. If you're trying to blow the snow one way and the wind's blowing the complete opposite way, you're just getting snow in your face and you look stupid. Um, I think the winds by that point died down, or they decided to work with the winds, cut with the grain sort of scenario. I don't know. But all I know is that this scene was trampled on. It was trampled on. Not only by the people, Karen, Jen, walking to John, back and forth, cops, EMTs, everyone getting the what are words? The board, the backboard, that they put you on in the ambulance to get you on the thing, I don't know. There's so many things, there's so many people, there's so many hands kneeling down, rolling around, doing this. There were so many people, there were so many feet, there were so many hands, there were so many knees kicking up snow, moving snow, brushing snow away, more snow falling on top of everything, plus the plows. You guys know what happens to snow when it gets plowed? It gets flung snow from 3-4 blocks away, um carrying dirt, grime, garbage, chunks of concrete are getting thrown around and pushed and slid and pushed over. And if there really was that much snow, how many times do you think a plow went down that road? At least twice. At least twice, right? Before they found John O'Keefe, at least twice. Um we hate leaf blower. We hate the leaf blower. Also, did I miss something, or did the HBO series seem like they weren't very concerned about the leaf blower? Yeah. The HBO series, oh god. Okay, so the HBO series, as no one literally watched CSI. HBO series made it really tough for me. So I don't know if anyone else felt this, but the last episode, like the final, I think it was episode 5, because they did 2, 2, and 1. The last episode, it felt like whoever was making this docuseries um got like mad at Karen Reed or her attorneys or something. Like something happened where it pissed them off and they were like, screw it. She's guilty. I don't care. Like screw it. We're not doing this anymore. Like we give up. You know, it felt like something happened because the whole vibe of it was very much like we are watching someone being tortured with the judicial system. We are watching someone suffer and she not only destroyed the Commonwealth's case throughout the first trial, but she basically proved how she could be innocent, which the defense doesn't have to do. They don't have to prove anything. They don't have to find someone who did do the crime. They just have to sow the seeds of doubt. They just need to represent their client and say, hey, look, here's a question that you could ask, which could, I don't know, make whatever he just said not really make that much sense. Here's this question you can ask. Here's this question you can ask yourself. I'm concerned about the timing of all of this. Interesting how, your phone made 18 phone calls back and forth between each other, but no one remembers the conversation. So, I don't know. I don't know if we should think about that. They don't need to say, I don't know if we should think about that. Also, let's look at this person because they did it and here's how. They don't need to do that. That's the they don't need to do that. The burden of proof is not on the defense. They also, going into the Turtle Boy things and the protesters and the Karen here's a gift and her getting to know her supporters and all that stuff. It gave me the vibe of the Commonwealth said so much. They were out here saying so much wild stuff. And then we get a mistrial. And now Karen has to do it again. But by the time the mistrial happened and they're talking and they're chatting and she's not going home and she's not free, something was off. So I think some of the things throughout the docuseries, like the leaf blower, like the red Solo cups, like the bag on the ground underneath the tire of a four-wheeler that was just going out in the snow and like dripping wet still, like those types of things were played off as almost normal because we already, like, as normal people just seeing that, we didn't need it to be. And then they used a leaf blower, and can you believe they used a leaf? Like, it didn't need to be forced to us. It did. So what I'm trying to say is I think that just like us who have dealt with this case and watching this case and learning about this case and learning about things that we never even thought we would be learning, things that we've never heard of are we're learning and they're making sense and we're garnering our own opinions. I think just like us, the people who are making that docu-series were ingrained in this case day in and day out. And so they almost got desensitized themselves. Just like us. Shot like when Donovan saw we were watching the docu-series together, some of it, I talked to him a lot, so he knows the things. When he saw the leaf blower, even though he knew about the leaf blower, and I've talked to him and we've had exasperating conversations about how stupid it is and I can't believe they used the leaf blower in the snow, he still was like, in that fucking leaf blower, that goddamn leaf blower, what do you mean you're just gonna pull out a leaf? Who has a leaf blower in their trunk? Like that type of thing. He didn't need it to be dramatic in the docu-series. It just sort of needed to continue to add up as these wild things that were like desensitized to as being so wild. But for him, who's not really desensitized to it, he's heard about it, but he's not listening like I am. He still had that whole, oh my God, red Solo cup, like a shopping bag, like that I put my bananas in. Like that could have meat. They could have had raw meat in that bag. Like, who knows what was in that bag? It was still shocking enough to him. Also, my parents and sister knew nothing about the case, watched this with me, and I don't think are convinced of her innocence, and it makes me angry. That is fair. That is fair because that's fair because what they did in the docu-series was they gave her a malignant undertone, right? They gave her a malignant undertone. They made it look, she is not like in this docuseries, she did not come off fully benign. She did not come off as a little tiny angel who could have never done this. That is not what happened. And you see that a lot in documentaries and docuseries and people talking about those who are either victims of crime that like actually did it, or people who you really want to be innocent but they're actually murderers. They do that a lot. They make them seem like they're perfect little angels, and all they were doing, they were going to work like every other day, and it just so happened that they shot up heroin. Like, oh my gosh, like so many terrible things must have happened to them, you know they must have been so stressed out that they just decided to become a heroin addict, and now they do bad things. She was not presented as the angel who could have never done this. They tried, I think, at the beginning, they went into this trying to be as partisan as they could, to say, look, here is the Commonwealth. We're doing a documentary on Karen Read, but let's make sure that people know that a real man, lost his life. She still could have done this. So I can see how people can sit there and watch that docu-series and go, but she did it. That's the only thing that makes sense, right? Because you're not getting the whole 10 weeks of evidence. You're not seeing the openings and the closings and the faces and the conversations, and you're not seeing all of the stuff, but you're getting enough where, yeah, you could see her do it. But those who have like sat and watched, and it's like, okay, yeah, she could have done it. But the key is I need the Commonwealth to prove it to me. Anyone could have done anything, but I need the Commonwealth to prove it to me. And so if you're just going into it to watch it and it's entertaining, it's an entertainment piece. It's not anything that you have sort of developed like an actual care and reasoning for. I think you are quicker and easier to be like, yeah, she's a drunk. She hasn't had a family. She's not married. She doesn't have kids. She's going about, if you're going from like her area type of people. Look, the Boston area isn't that diverse. You're not talking about New York City here. You know what I'm saying? So she's successful. She chose her career over family and marriage. She doesn't want to be bogged down with dirty diapers and runny noses. But she still did the good thing of helping John with his niece and nephew. But you could tell that it was not easy for her. She kept her escape. She kept her house. They were only together for like 2 years. I would not expect her to be like, I'm selling my house and moving in with John and his niece and nephew, who he's full caretaker of, in 2 years. That's a lot. But to some people, it's, why do you still have your house? You can still get away if you need to. You're just going to leave them. Like, so there's those little things that people, depending on their own lifestyles, can latch onto and be like, well, she doesn't want to be a mom. Oh, she doesn't want to be a wife. Well, she didn't sell her house. She didn't move in completely with John. She still had her escape. She decided she would talk shit about John to her friends and to her parents, right? But her family loved John. She was found out to be a drunk. Well, not a drunk. Everyone's a drunk over there. They were all drinking. They were all drunks. They were all drunks. But she loves a good vodka. She loves a good vodka. She's a hugger. She's a hugger. So I feel like anyone could be able to take something from their own life and put it on her, that they see is wrong, or she's not doing it right, or we have these certain goals and she didn't follow that goal, and so she's guilty and she's a bad person and she's a bad woman and so it is definitely possible for someone to be like, she's so guilty. She so did it, because I don't like that she's in her 40s and this, I don't like that she was talking to another man when she was in a relationship with John O'Keefe, when we have no idea. We have no idea where her and John O'Keefe stood the night that he passed away, the morning that he passed away in their relationship. We have no idea, because we do not know what they said to each other face to face. We know that they decided to try to have a nice night the night before he died. We know that. But one second. But we don't know what they said face to face. So there's a lot of things. And this it too would make me so angry, Ronnie. It would make me so angry. Be like, no, I know so much about this. Like, no, they did this and they did this and they can't prove this. And then all of a sudden there's 45 pieces of tail light available that no one found until like 2 weeks later. Um, it's not me calling. It wasn't my phone. So there's so many ways to see it. And I think it's really interesting to see how people who have never heard of it watch that docu-series and come to a conclusion. Because yes, we have more information, but when you think about it, those people who know nothing about it or very little about it and are going to sit through a couple weeks of testimony are the jurors. I'm not going to be a juror. Like, I could never. If I was in that county and I got summoned for jury duty for this case and they said, anyone hear about this case? Me. Anyone come to decisions about this case? Me. Not that she's innocent or guilty, but that Lely was really bad, that it was snowing, that it was a blizzard, that the evidence didn't make sense, that the Commonwealth Reconstructionist made absolutely no sense. He was having palpitations on the stand. That these police officers did not give a damn that Michael Proctor is the scum of the earth, and he's calling her a nasty whore and a cunt. I can't say it on YouTube. 16 hours after he even got the damn case, he's looking for nudes on her phone. Like, yes, I have come to decisions. I've come to decisions that Proctor is awful. You know, so yes, I've come to decisions. I've come to conclusions. So I'm not going to be on the jury. I'm not going to be on this jury. But the people who are going to be on this jury are the people who know very little, almost nothing, maybe have seen something, heard something, have not come to conclusions, are open to hearing testimony. And then they have to say, but the police, but the state, but the district attorney's office, the people that we voted for are telling me that she did it, and then we have these big hotshot boisterous defense attorneys from God knows where, because he doesn't have a Boston accent and he doesn't have a Boston accent. They're telling me that the cops did something wrong. My cops did something wrong. They didn't do it right. What's a Bowden defense? These jurors have to be open and ask questions, because we saw in the last jury from one juror in particular who was like making the rounds with his bow ties, that they considered every piece of evidence that the defense placed in front of them as a distractor. They're trying to distract us from the truth, which is being given to us by the district attorney's office, when in fact, it is just a theory. Because without having actual physical, video, photographical evidence of what exactly happened, it is just a theory. The Commonwealth is riding on a theory. Proctor Sockter. The cliffhangers too. Oh, and the cliffhangers. When I tell you I screamed for hours watching that, like I was screaming at my television. I was doing like what I do. Like I was pausing and Don was like, I can't watch this with you. I'm not watching this with you. He's like, you're not streaming right now. I'm like, I know, but I need to pause because I need to explain to you that this is wrong or this is right or this just how crazy this is. And it goes deeper and there's more. And here's this and remember this. And let's talk about, like, I kept doing it. He's like, I'm not watching this with you. I'm like, oh my God. I still pause and like talk to myself out loud. And he's like, go to bed. I'm like, I can't. I'm losing my mind. Proctor needs a doctor. Yeah. He's for sure gonna. Leave it to the taxpayers in Boston. Also, riddle me this, Raylene says. How does not one person on the street have any video footage on any of their doorbells? Very interesting, because there actually was, I believe, a Ring doorbell camera facing like from across the street, facing the front lawn, but it just was not looked into. And now it's gone. I believe. That's what I believe. I could be wrong. My tea is getting cold. But also, I don't have, I'm not going to say these words out loud. I know places that don't have Ring doorbell cameras on them. You know, when you live across the street from a police officer, it may not be top priority to have a Ring doorbell camera. You know, it could sometimes just be easier to go on your phone, call up your neighbor, be like, hey, bud, I think someone's breaking into my house. I don't have to wait for someone to drive through the snow to get here. They're across the street. So my camera literally picks up everything, including the possum that comes across the street. I love little possums. I love little possums. Oh my God, the tea, both your drink and the info about missing Ring doorbell footage. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, but to be fair, even if there was a house with a Ring doorbell camera, are they going to ask for it? Are they going to get the warrant to seize that data? Are they going to? No, they didn't walk into the damn house where a Boston police officer was found unresponsive to investigate. What makes you think they're going to go across the street? What makes you think they're going to go 3 4 doors down? What makes you think they're going to go to the closest gas station or the ATM and follow up on every camera possible? They went to two. They went to like two different places. You know, what makes you think they're gonna go get the Celebrite information for everyone's phones that have and everyone's locations are on, or the phones that have the locations on, and see where they were at the specific time? They're not going to do that. They're not going to do that because they didn't. Period. That's why this case should be thrown out. So many things aren't even right. Yeah. I don't see how they could retry her on the first and third counts. The second count, drinking and driving, leaving the scene of, an accident, all the little extra things on top, sure. But in my opinion, and if they were going to try her for that, we're going to have to get everyone who was out there drinking and that is on video footage of getting into their car and driving home. Everyone needs a ticket. Everyone needs to do a couple of months, in county for that. It needs to go both ways. If we're only going to get her on drinking and driving and like the little extras like that, everyone needs to be got on drinking and driving. Couldn't the defense investigator go get it? They could try. But a warrant needs to be signed by a judge. A warrant to seize information needs to be signed by a judge. Unless they are for sure, they could ask. Sure, they could be like, "Hey, do you have this ring footage, camera that we have?" Yes and no. They could. So if they did and they couldn't get it, there's a couple reasons why. Maybe the footage was already deleted. Maybe the camera wasn't working. Maybe a warrant could not be signed. Maybe the camera angle knowingly by the homeowner with proof did not reach that far, did not cover that piece of land. There are a lot of reasons why, if the homeowner says no, you're not going to get the footage from my Ring doorbell camera, and a warrant is not signed, they don't get the footage of the Ring doorbell camera. The defense, I think, really wholeheartedly believes that John probably may not have been able to be seen on camera anyway. If it's a good chunk of space, if it was blizzarding, it's dark, it's the middle of the night, the sun is nowhere near coming up yet, the wind is blowing, and he's in pretty dark clothes, you probably wouldn't be able to see anything anyway if there was no lights shining on it. I know, like, we Ring doorbell cameras kind of like have like a bright effect, like a brightening effect, but maybe something like that. If there was one that could see, the defense really believes, I think in the majority of this entire case, they're going on the fact that he was injured inside of the home. If he like crawled out or, sort of rode the tree line, there's a lot of sort of ways that it may not have been worth it to get. It may not have been useful to get. So I think I don't know. I don't know why. There was a rumor that there was doorbell camera nearby that could have picked it up. So not having that footage, if it exists, is trashy. Sucks. Just like the Sally Port footage. But I think it also can help the defense in a way. If they don't go looking for it, if they don't go asking for it, they can use the lack of other evidence that should have been provided to them, like the Sally Port video, um, like how it was flip-flopped in the first trial, grainy, people disappearing, people reappearing. They can use that instead of like a grainy, non-visual, whatever, piece of footage, use it to their advantage, pretty much in the same way. So we don't know how John died. We don't know how he got there. We don't know why he is only bloody on the back of the head and he has no physical, like, on his body injuries. And also, we also don't have any evidence, any video footage. Now we do, but before then we didn't have any video footage of the car in the Sally Port other than one that's flip-flopped and it made you think that this was the driver's seat and da da da. So there's a lot of things. I'm screaming. How can they get her on a DUI when they were all drinking? That's my opinion. And that's my layman opinion of, I don't like that she is the only one in trouble for drinking and driving when they were all drunk. Except for the Colakeithuses. They were not drunk. What about the car that was parked in front of the area where he was found, the Ford? The car that they all were in when they found John, like the three women. What's up, Zeta? How are ya? What is going on? Knowing the defense, I'm sure they looked into it and it's something like nothing could be seen. Probably. I have a feeling that it was either nothing could be seen because it was so dark and like so windy and gross out, or it was maybe at the wrong angle. Like maybe they just like got their driveway and like not the rest of the property. So I'm not sure. I feel like if there was one, they would have it and use it, obviously. Um, but I don't know. Because there's nothing from the Commonwealth or the defense on it. No, the one in the middle of the night claimed to be Higgins. The one in the middle of the night claimed to be Higgins. There was a lot of cars. I don't know. I don't know. There was like when the plow, like when are you saying like when the plow driver went by and saw a car parked out front of the house, and was like, "Hey, you got to get this car out of here because we're gonna plow." Da, da, da. Could be. I mean, Higgins loves to hide a lot of things, like we would love to know why phone calls between it was Brian Higgins and Brian Albert, the middle of the night butt dials, um the one that's sus. Yeah, it's all sus. It's all sus to me. And let us not forget, I love that I love that we're just like shooting the shit about this case, because like there's so much to talk about. I could talk about this case every single freaking day, and I do. um let us not forget that the one girl, I don't remember her name, of course, she left the party with Jen McCabe in the car. She left 34 Fairview and she noticed a lump on the front yard. And just coincidentally, Jen McCabe was turning around in the passenger seat to talk to the girls in the back, the folks in the back seat, just as she was passing the lump in the snow. Also, I tried to make a butt dial on my iPhone. I can't do it. It's hard. It's not easy. That is something that they had to work out when we moved away from flip phones. That's what they had to do. They had to make it so we don't do butt dials because that's a problem. You can't just be butt dialing people. Mm-mm-mm. You think that she was the girl who saw the lump in the snow, was told to say that she saw a lump in the snow? I wish I remembered her name. I don't remember her name, but I remember exactly what she looks like. And she was the only person from that night who says that she saw something. And Jen McCabe says, I wish I had. Um, okay, I'm just doing a quick little. Do we not want to cover this? Do we not want to go back to the document, or do we want to get to I think I should go through this whole document and see. It's really just sort of going um over the evidence, National Weather Service, recommendations. Okay, let's just go through the recommendations from this. Did you ever drink your tea? I'm drinking on it. I'm drinking on it. Okay, let's just okay. Yep. Okay. Okay. Boy, did we go on a tangent, and that is okay because sometimes it needs to. The more I say and talk, like, and you guys say and talk and share, it's helpful for the brain. All right, recommendations from going through the case file. I'll go through all of this on my own time, and if there's anything that we need to bring back up that I really need to share with you all, I will. So, recommendation number 1, increase training opportunities for patrol officers and sergeants to access crime scene management training and witness interview and interrogation training. iPhone screens don't work with just any instrument. I usually need skin or special material to make contact and then to get to where you'd call someone from. So many butt dials. So many butt dials, and I don't understand how. Do you like are they just leaving their phone open? Like, to get to the everything was a butt dial. Your phone just needs to be open. Do you not lock your phone as you put it in your pocket or you put it in your bag? Are you unlocking your phone with facial recognition, like Face ID? Are you still rocking like an iPhone 8 and use your thumb? Do you not have a passcode? I could get by. Oh no, I accidentally called 911 that night or in the morning because I rolled over on my phone and it was still in my hand and I held down the lock screen. Some phones you have to like choose like to turn that option off. If you hold down the lock screen or the lock button, one button on the side long enough, it'll go like do, and they'll like call 911. It's happened to people I know. It's happened to Donovan. He's like, oh my god, I'm so sorry. I thought this was the volume. Like I thought things were buzzing, and I just didn't even realize. I had my hand in the pocket. I didn't realize I was grabbing the phone that hard. I could understand that before I'm seeing 75 butt dials between two people who are not nice people. Like they're not like, oh my gosh, I can't wait to, go back over and hang out with these really nice people. They're not nice. I don't know. They're not cool. Like the vibe of these humans is way off. Like they are just handed so much power, and like control and weapons, and it's just like game's over. They're in control now. They make the rules instead of deciding to follow them. So I don't understand. I don't understand. Or like an emergency contact, not your brother-in-law 16. It doesn't make sense. And they are so cool and so chill with just not lying, but not saying the truth. Like they're so cool with it. Just another day of me not saying true words. I hate it. I hate it so much. And I don't this is going to be such a different trial. Okay, we're done with this document. Because after this little tangent, we got to move on and we got to go watch some crazy Karens. This trial is going to be so different than the first trial. Step one to a different trial. Michael Proctor is no longer a state trooper. Because after the first trial, immediately after the first trial, like after evidence was done in the first trial, they were like, hey, by the way, no, do not be sorry. I'll go through this document. And if it's important, it's important. But I'm assuming that it's gonna be like they need to learn a little bit more and then and everything's fine. But though, like that's what I'm assuming because that's what all police audits are essentially. Um, because do you really want to piss off a police department? I'm just saying, corruption is not always, I'm not saying they're corrupted. This is a separate statement from everything. Corruption is not always intentional. And I said it before and I'll say it again. Corruption is not always intentional. Um, a lot of what we are calling and feeling and vibing with as corruption in this case is stemming from abuse of power and laziness. And it may not be intentional. Oh, I'm intentionally being lazy, or I'm intentionally doing something gross, or I'm intentionally calling someone a cunt. You're not intentionally like waking up and be like, I'm gonna be bad today. But you have been bred and groomed and you grew within a community in this department, in law enforcement, in this area, as it's fine. And every day it's fine. I can take one more step and it's fine. I can take one more step and it's fine. I can take one more step and it's fine. And now you are over the bridge and a mile away from the boundaries of actually being a good police officer. Um Anywho, this trial is going to be different. State trooper, no longer state trooper Michael Proctor, is no longer a state trooper. And guess what? The jurors are going to know. They're going to know. They are going to know because the same evidence still exists. The text messages still exist. That you cannot go back and erase the truth, right? That information is all still there. And the defense is going to say, hello, Michael Proctor. When you were a state trooper, when you were a state trooper, now that you are no longer a state trooper, and the defense is going to go, oh my God, or the jury's going to go, oh my God, wait, this is the lead investigator of this case, and he's no longer a state trooper, and he looks like, I don't know, he's maybe 45, like God, if he's younger than 45, I'm so sorry. I haven't seen him lately, but he's probably going to look like he's closer to 55 because it has been a stressful year. He is no longer a state trooper. And guess what? The defense is not going to say, you were fired. Well, they might. I mean, I don't know. But I would assume that the defense is not going to be like, the Massachusetts State Police fired you over your conduct from this case and other cases, correct? I don't know if they're going to be allowed to say that. I don't believe they are. I think they're going to be like, hey, when you were hired and working by the Massachusetts State Police, which you're no longer a state trooper, when did you become no longer a state trooper? Now you are just a civilian. Are you in law enforcement at all? No, because you can't. So already different trial right there. Second reason, there's so many reasons. The second reason, did you know the defense team has a new attorney on their team? This attorney we talked about it a little bit. This attorney George, she was a juror. She was not a deliberating juror, but she was a juror. She reached out to Mr. Yannetti and was like, we have things I need to tell you, because goodness gracious, we need to change up. We need to change it up. I hope they ask him what his new job is. Yeah, so what are you doing now? Where do you work now? And he's probably like Circle K, which is nothing wrong, but it's a hell of a jump from Massachusetts State Police lead investigator, to almost anything. Almost anything, There's don't get me wrong, Circle K is bomb. Like, y'all ever been to a Circle K? They got you covered. You know what I haven't been to? I've never been to a Buc-ee's, and I would really like to go to a Buc-ee's. So should we do a true crime? This is me being over caffeinated. Should we do a true crime road trip to the closest Buc-ee's, which I think is in Georgia? Is it in Georgia? Buc-ee's is the tits. Come down to me. I should go to Florida. Carolina. Ooh, that's not okay. Me halfway. meet in the Carolinas. Anywho, there are a lot of reasons why this trial is going to be different. Brennan, special, special attorney, special district attorney, whatever, special prosecutor. Brennan, you need the beaver nuts from Buc-ee's. I need Dan, do you like Buc-ee's? Have you ever you don't like Buc-ee's? You never been to a Buc-ee's? Like a gas, it's like a mass, it's like the Walmart of gas stations. Dan's never been to Buc-ee's either.
I've been to a racetrack. I've been to a Thornton's. I've been to a Wawa. I've been to a Stewart's. I've been to a Mobile. I've never been to a Buc-ee's.
You've never been to a Buc-ee's? They have like their own mascot. He's like a beaver. He's a beaver. Yeah, he's
you know what?
a Buc-ee's.
I saw one of those when I was driving home from Florida.
Yeah.
And I said to Kate, what the hell is it? They got signs all over the place. It's
Yeah.
a huge ass like store.
Yeah. Yeah. People take like road trips to go to Buc-ee's. Like they take vacations to go to Buc-ee's.
I've never been to one,
Mhm.
but I did see one on my road trip.
They have like their own brand. Yeah. Yep.
South of North Carolina.
Yeah. They have like their own brand of like everything. They sell like clothes. It's like you can get all like Bucky socks and hats and yeah. Oh, people do. Open TikTok and just type in Buc-ee's and watch people go wild. Everyone's mad that you didn't stop into Buc-ee's. Yeah, they're like, why did you go to Buc-ee's?
I was intrigued. They had a million signs with a bear face, and it's a bear, right?
A beaver.
Beaver, okay. And I was like, what is that thing?
Yeah.
And no, it must be like I thought it was like a Costco.
Yeah, he looks like a almost like a sports mascot almost. And they have like a big statue outside of the Buc-ee's. That's funny. Now I want to go to Buc-ee's. All right, I'm gonna need a week off. We're going to Carolina. Go to Buc-ee's. Let's see. I don't want to go to Buc-ee's.
Did Jeremy tell you we're meeting?
No.
Oh no, I think he did.
Okay, sorry, I'm back. I needed to talk some things. I love Wawa. Wawa Circle. You know what is can I tell you what's super disappointing? We finally got a 7-Eleven like right around the corner, like a station, like an already existing place turned into a 7-Eleven. But boy, it is not a 7-Eleven. It's the existing place with who is just like made their pizza boxes 7-Eleven boxes. I want a real 7-Eleven. Like I want like a Japanese like Korea level 7-Eleven. Like I want to be able to walk in and be like I am home and I am hungry and I cannot wait to eat. The thumbs way down. Like hello, like this is when I do hello thumbs down and it's not going to do it now. This is a thumbs down. It's not going to do it now. I could do this and it'll be like balloons behind me. Yeah, way thumbs down. It is not a 7-Eleven and it's extremely disappointing. So okay, did we have a successful No, I don't have that today. Clear. Clear. Did we have a successful document reading for the Canton Police Department audit? No. But did we have a successful conversation that we needed to have? Yes. So updates for Karen Reed. They are in, sorry, I need to plug my computer in. They are in jury selection right now. We're choosing a jury. We are picking a jury. We're picking a jury. Last I heard, last night, they were in the 10 range. They're looking for 16. We need 12 seated jurors and 4 alternates. I know a lot of people are like, 4 alternates, that's it. Like, we're looking at like a 6 to 8 week trial, which is what they said last time. It turned out to be 10. So yeah, 4 alternates does not feel like enough to me. I would have loved to see 6, maybe 7, like let's just bring in 20 people every day just in case, because even, I mean, sometimes I'm dumb, you know? I could have someone say for 45 minutes, describe a case to me, and then they're saying all these names and all these things, and it doesn't trigger in my brain that I know almost every single thing about it until I hear one detail that they did not say. Then I'm like, wait a minute, I watched that entire trial. Like, wait a minute, I watched that entire thing. This is a sort of separate situation, but they are working on getting a jury. They are in day 4 right now of jury selection. They have about 10 seated jurors. Could change. Something could come up very easily. But 10 by the end of day 4 is or by the end of day 3 is fast, really fast. Way faster than I expected. Now, could it slow way down next week? Sure. Sure. Could it slow way down next week? Yeah, absolutely. We could get one every other day. A lot of people were summoned, around 300. We got people coming in. We got a lot of people who know about the case. We have a good chunk of people who have formed decisions about the case, and we have a good chunk of people who are like, hey, I can't do this. Like, I can't do this. I'm a blue lines matterer, and if a cop is talking to me, I take it as truth before my child says something. Cops are gods. There's a lot of people who maybe they have surgeries scheduled for 3 weeks from now. Maybe they have plane tickets for a vacation that they've been planning for 2 years. There's a lot of reasons why someone cannot be sat for a jury. And there are a lot of reasons why someone should be sat for a jury. And sometimes one side, Commonwealth or the defense, says that's a reason why they shouldn't be sat. So there's a lot of jury selection is very important in this case. We saw what happened with the jury last trial. So I believe the defense is going to go into this completely different mindset while looking for a jury. You're not just looking for people who have never heard of this case. You're not just looking for people who live under rocks. And when I say that, I don't mean they are oblivious to the things on the internet, but they just are not chronically online. You're not looking for people who don't use cell phones. You're looking for a normal average person. I say that not withholding any like stereotype, or not like holding any stereotype or anything. You're just looking for an average person who was not an idiot, and who was open-minded, who can sit on this damn jury. And you want a range of people, but the defense team has the ideals of what they want, and the Commonwealth has the ideals of what they want. Hardships too, right? Like, if you sit on this jury and we can only pay you $18 a day, is that going to cause problems in your life? Yep. Do you have a salary, or are you hourly? I am hourly, and then if you have to not go to work for 6 weeks, are you going to lose all of that money? Can you pay your bills? Can you pay your rent? Can you pay your car insurance? Can you pay your car note? Can you put gas in the car to get here every damn day? Do you live on top of the hill? It's summertime, which is nice, so it's not winter. You're not dealing with the snow. which is sort of ironic. Call the Amish. Do not call the Amish. Not when a woman's on trial. Do not call the Amish. No, if it was a man, maybe. Maybe. But I don't think the defense is going to be reaching out to the Amish for their non-wed, non-mother trial of a woman. Everyone loves the Amish until their daughters are taken out of the school at the age 7 to go farm and raise kids and get pregnant. Better call Saul. I have a deep seated hatred, and you can call me all the bad things that you want. I have a deep seated hatred for the Amish, and my entire family knows, and they make fun of me all the time. And they're like, at the Amish where I'm getting ice cream. I'm like, that's great. That's great. Is the little girl who's serving you, are her fingernails clean? Does she look healthy? Like, I have a hard time with the Amish. I get it. But at the same time, it's like pulling teeth for me. I just put my own teeth out. I'm sorry. If you're Amish and watching this, you shouldn't. You're a liar. If you're Amish and you're watching this, you're a liar. All right, let's get into oh my gosh, it's almost 2:00. Let's take a little break. No, let's not. Let's watch a video. Let's see which one. We don't want this one anymore. So we don't want that. That's too long before we take a little break. That is 16 minutes. That's 11 minutes. Let's do the 11-minute one. That one I don't think we want to watch. They only have good cheese, and that just ruined it for me. Yeah, they have good cheese. Oh shoot. I don't want this on off. They got great cheese and bread and soups and getting fat and sassy and all that stuff, but maybe they're on Rumspringa. Maybe they are on Rumspringa. That is fair. If you are watching this and you are Amish, I am sorry that I'm sorry that I hate the things that you grew up in. And now is your time to experience other parts of the world and the universe. And this is one where people get really drunk and entitled, and we call them Karens. Also, do not start to sell weed. Oh, something's playing. Oh. Because a lot of people who went to college when they were on Rumspringa decided to just like, okay, well, I don't have a way to make money and I need money. So I'm just gonna grow and sell weed. And it was kind of like a pass down situation where it was like the Rumspringa cycled through. Okay, let's watch this video. Oh my gosh. I just have too. Rich tourist thinks he owns the resort. Ay. Add to stage. Rich tourist thinks he owns the resort. This is by Midwest Safety, which we love. We stand. We are the biggest Midwest Safety supporters at all in the whole world. Volume is up. If you cannot hear, please let me know.
Good evening, gentlemen. How y'all doing today?
Immediate problems. What is happening? Where are we? Why are you guys laying down on the porch? What's going on? What did we just walk into?
Good, dude.
Doing well. What's going on?
Something up.
What's up?
No.
Seems like you guys had
Awesome, thank you.
lot to drink.
Yeah, for sure.
All right. Well, is there a reason why you're trying to get into the building? Clearly.
Seems like y'all have had a lot to drink. Obviously.
It's, well, that's not what I heard. So.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
You got any evidence?
You guys are staying here?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you guys have ID
Yeah.
that I can see?
Yeah. We're definitely not trying to get in anywhere.
That's fine.
I don't believe you because all of the words that you just said, all one word. That entire sentence, all one word. I don't believe you at all. I don't believe you at all. In this very moment, I 100% believe this officer got a call that there's 3 drunk guys at this resort trying to break into whatever this place is that they want to get into, that they think they should be allowed to be into, and they're not allowed to be into because the door's locked. Pretty plain and simple. And they are drunk out of their minds, and now they are just laying down on the porch. I believe the cop.
ID?
Hmm?
You want ID?
Yeah.
Here's my ID.
All right. Thank you. All right, do me a favor. Just wait for me back over there.
Okay.
Do you have your ID, sir?
Yep.
Boss. Boss man. Boss man.
Hey, first.
He's flashing. He's flashing his light, his flashlight in his face. Boss man. That's hilarious. That is hilarious. The- That's so funny.
For real. Like, the guy's hanging out, not doing anything wrong.
That's fine.
Why are you flashing the light in this?
I'm trying to wake him up.
Why?
Because I need his ID.
What do you mean? We paid to be here.
I know, but I was called out here that you guys overly intoxicated.
Overly intoxicated.
Yes.
We're just hanging out.
Yeah, well, apparently you guys are trying to get into the building, and hey,
What
boss,
building?
I need you to get up.
Josh.
Josh!
Dude.
Do me a favor, stand back. Stay back over there.
Uh-oh, tensions are rising. Tensions are rising. Not good. Not good. Not good. You have 3. This officer seems to be alone. I can see people inside the room, inside that space. The officer seems to be by himself. There are 3 drunk normal dudes. I'm not going to say that like they're not big, they're not small, but they're like normal, they're adult. So already not a great situation. They're drunk. This man here, he's getting pissed. He got pissed off real fast. And now he is doing the I am going to intimidate this officer. This is not going to end well. No, it is not. No, I can just feel it. Everyone's going to jail and someone's getting bloodied up. Like I can feel it. I can feel it. This man, he has been in the sun. He is lobstered up. He is drunk. Like I want to know how drunk this man is. This is I can't.
Over there.
Fred, don't worry about it.
Stay back. I'm not going to tell you again. Stand
What
back.
are you doing?
Fred.
Like, seriously.
I'm asking you nicely to stand back, please.
Don't worry.
You really going to want to make this into a bigger issue?
No, I don't.
All right, then. Please
Like,
stand
why
back.
Are you bothering the guy?
Stand back. I'm not going to tell you again.
Fred.
Josh. Josh.
Okay. I can see why this officer is one trying to get this man up. Oh, it looks like I see other feet. Those are not cop shoes. I see other feet. Down here, I see feet. So he's not alone, but those don't look like cop feet. This dude's passed out. He could be like he could need a doctor. He could need emergency services. This is not
Josh.
a joke.
Oh, well, seems like he's having a good time. Hey, boss, do you have any ID with you?
Yeah, he does.
Do you have your ID?
No.
You don't? Okay. All right. Thanks for looking over here. All right.
Resort employees. All right. Okay, good. So they were at least someone else there, but it's not like he was with multiple police officers. That could have gone bad very quickly. That could have gone bad really, really quickly. I'm glad it didn't.
All right,
But
so
I feel like
they're
it's gonna.
extremely out there. It's up to you guys. Are you guys trying to kick them out?
I guess here.
Yeah. I mean, I already have enough for disorderly intox. I can take all 3 of them. Hey, boss, do me a favor. Wait up over there for me.
Let me tell you something.
Wait up over there for me.
That guy is
Stand
dying
back
of
over there for me.
cancer over
All right.
there, the young kid.
Turn around. Turn.
Oh man, We knew it was coming. Wow, this pause is crazy. Wow, this pause goes hard. Look at that. That tummy is just full of alcohol. Just a big jiggly pot full of liquor. That sucks. You are so drunk you could not read the room. And the room being the porch that you guys are passed out on. You just needed to go back. He's just going over there. This officer did not raise his voice. He did not come up like, y'all gotta get out of here. He flashed his light because you don't want to just start touching people. You don't want to just start touching people. But it got to a point where this officer's like, this guy's not waking up. Can I, I need to shake him at least. Is he breathing? Is he moving? Is vomit gonna like come pouring out of his mouth? Like, is he choking on his own vomit? It's a solid tummy. It's a solid tummy. That's a solid tummy. Like, tummy on point. Tummy on point. Tummy game. Lovely. Gross. So he did it. We saw the problem is this man who is currently being handcuffed, he is not the type of person, drunk or sober, to listen to a police officer. If he wanted to walk up to a police officer and say something, he is going to do it drunk or sober. And I believe that with my entire being. And when he's drunk, it just makes his words all slurry.
Turn around. Stop. Turn around.
Here we go. Not the body cam. Snaps to the resort manager who picked up the body cam and pointed it at the altercation. Snaps all around. Crowned king. Now keep it on the situation, because the cameraman never dies. You know, like, this is that king energy. He needs a raise. He needs less work, more money. He just saved the day.
I'm not trying to be anything.
You propped it up so it was stabilized. Round of applause. That is amazing. This is his moment. Oh my God. Can we just go back? Okay. This is amazing. He picks up the body cam.
I'm not trying to be anything.
And he props. I am in utter shock. That is incredible. He very easily could have just said, I'm not touching anything. The cops are here. Well, a cop is here. That's amazing. That is amazing. I love that so much. That just like, that healed something in me. Like, yeah, you did. Yeah, you picked up the body cam and you propped it up so it catches every single moment.
I'm not trying to be anything.
Stable, no.
You really want to do this?
Are you seeing me being an asshole?
Oh my gosh. And like, people like this are so exhausting. You proceed to be a total jerk and you're not listening to the officer, and like, you were already and giving reasons for an officer to be on site in the first place, and you're like, I'm not trying to be an asshole. You're like slap fighting with a cop. I'm not trying to be an ass. Wow.
I'm telling you to get on the ground now.
But why?
Why? Get on the ground now.
You being an asshole.
You really want to go through this?
Why are you being like?
I don't want to do this. Get on the ground now. Get on the ground now.
Where are you going?
Get on the ground now. I'm not going to tell you again. Get on the ground now. Keep your hands out of your pocket.
I'm not doing anything wrong.
All right. Just look. Relax.
No.
Relax.
Turn the camera. No, where did the manager go? They probably backed up when the taser came out. Oh no. Ugh, if I'm waiting for the manager to come back, and like you just see little fingers like in front of the camera, just come on.
What are you doing about crap?
No. Oh, Top got it.
Yeah.
Hands down. Oh my God. I just saw the person who is dressed up like the Easter Bunny just appear in my visual. And when I tell you my heart sunk, I thought this was it. I thought this was the moment. You know, I was like, this is the end. Goodbye. I love you. That was wild. I don't know why I got so scared. I get why kids are scared now. The manager said, oh, no, 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 no. I put the camera down over here. They backed up. It just took them a little minute. It just took them a minute to come get it and hand it back. Oh my gosh, that's incredible.
I don't understand what's going on. Like, why are you angry at me? Or,
I'm not angry. I told you from the beginning.
like, we're pretty simple people.
I told you to stay back multiple times.
Yes. Yes, you are. Y'all are probably, you yourself, sir, simplest, the simplest of humans. I wake up and I wake up on resort. I get drunk. I be obnoxious to the point where officers need to be on scene. And then I don't listen to them. The Easter Bunny is scary. And I don't even want. But like, wow, that was weird. I'm not down with that. I'm not down with it. You know? It's weird. It's a weird thing. And the internet just did a thing. So give me one moment. I don't know why the internet did that thing. Oh my God. I literally just got hit in the face with the wire that I made. Did you see it? Don't clip it. Please don't clip it. That's embarrassing. It was so embarrassing. Okay, we'll just give it a minute for the internet to decide that it's not Hate Lily Day. And let's see. Maybe have like 3 more hours so that I could be here. Do I want this? No, I don't want to watch that one. That one's dumb. Okay, the internet is coming back. So shall we.
You ignored my lawful commands. Then I told you, put your hands behind your back, and you ignored me. And you decided to fight, so this is where we're at.
Fight?
You didn't.
You fought, which equals resisting arrest. Like, I think when this officer pulled up and saw 3 people drunk and already had one person like approach him, like this guy get a little too close, a little too fast, he should have been like, I need a couple extra people here just to make sure things don't go crazy. He should have, in my opinion, should have called for backup a little sooner, only because it's 3 against 1 and you already have one guy all up in your grill. You know, like you already got one guy all up in your grill. And I could see an emergency situation with the one guy who was not waking up. Like if you are blackout drunk, not moving when a flashlight's in your face in the middle of the day and you're being shaken and people are calling your name, you could be on the verge of something not cool happening to you. So do I think he should have called for backup a little sooner? Yes. Do I know how he could have handled the I need you to back up and then he gets closer and then it's tummy shot and now they're fighting and he's being a little slippery, little soap bar getting out of his grip better? No, I don't know. I don't know how it would have been better. They were in a tight situation, like they were on like a ramp, so they had like railings between the two of them. Back here, you know, like they're tight and it's tough. And I don't know. This is a big dude. Like he's much bigger than the officer. So I don't know how that could have been better. Vocally, this guy who's on the ground has been tased, is being arrested, is pretty chill, but he's also really, really drunk. And I can see him not being chill really soon.
Didn't fight? Okay, well, my camera says otherwise. Hey, stay over there. Stay over there. You stay down there.
Dude, look at.
You stay down there. This could have been avoided easily.
I don't understand what's going on right now.
All right, well, you made this into a big ordeal, so this is where we're at. You do realize I could have tased you.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
that would have
he
ended
didn't tase him. I thought he did tase him. I thought I heard him tase him, but he didn't.
really badly.
I'm not trying to create problems, but I don't get it. Like, I'm not trying to.
Well, you did create a problem by approaching when you were asked to not approach. Like the officer, he was mad, like he was annoyed, but he went to go talk to the employees of the resort, like, hey, what's up? What's going on? Like, what's the problem? Like, what do you need? What do you want? You know, like it's your property, it's your stuff. And it probably would have been like, can you just get them back to their room? Like somehow, like I can, you know, like, how can we get them just back to the room so they can sleep it off? Or like tell them like if it happens again, you know, like then we have like a real problem. But now it turned into a grown-ass man is handcuffed on his vacation in, I don't know, a really nice place. It looks pretty nice. It looks modern nice, not like nature nice. They took a lot of nature down to build it. I don't know. Listening is key.
Oh, well, now you got yourself into a big problem.
So what's up with the store door?
I only spoke to one of them.
Uh-huh.
They're almost passed out. He decided to fight, so
I didn't fight at all.
he's coming with us.
Okay, fine. Sit up.
Okay.
Can I get meds to my location? I want to cuff him to the back. I'm gonna cuff him in the back because he's
Back there.
okay.
Why are you grabbing me like that?
You could have done this the easy way.
I did try that.
No, you didn't.
He's gonna handcuff you. He's gonna put in the back. Okay. No more fighting. Okay.
I haven't been fighting at all. I don't even get what the hell's going on right now.
And no one cares if you get it or not. Like the only time it matters is if you get it or not is when they start asking you questions. And that's when you say, I don't understand, I need a lawyer. Doesn't matter if you get it while you arrested. That doesn't matter. I don't get it. Okay, that's fine. Because here's the problem. You didn't get when we asked you to step back, and then you didn't get when we asked you to go back over there, and we didn't get it when we asked you to step back again and step back again and step back again and go over there and wait over there. Like you didn't get it. And unfortunately, the only remedy for the situation is putting handcuffs on you because you can't keep interrupting. Like I'm just trying to do a 5-minute investigation to see what's going on and to see how the resort wants to handle this, and you ended up being you. Not everybody is made for public. You, sir, in this drunken state, are not made for public.
Yes, madam.
You're not.
Not yet.
You're not.
All right. Well, I tried to get his ID. He gave it to me. Tried to talk to the other two. The other one that was on the floor, he was like passed out, so I was trying to wake him up. When I was trying to get him up, he came up to me, and I told him to stand back multiple times. He ignored.
I think it's really interesting when you see on body cam the cops, like officers saying immediately after something happened, what happened. A lot of times you can hear things that are left out. You can hear things that are dramatized. You can hear the words that, you know, an officer is like, yeah, and then he tried to punch me, and it's like, well, he actually, like, we all saw him like actually trip and fall. You know, like he didn't try to punch you. He actually tripped over the last step and he fell and his arm flailed. You know, like you can't call that trying to punch them. And he's not even wearing a shirt. He's not made for public. He's not even wearing a shirt. But these last like 12 seconds, this officer said every single thing to a T. We saw it on body cam, and he is basically just summarizing exactly what happened. He's like, I did this, and then there's this, and it's like, we just saw that. We just saw that. We just saw that. He stepped back. I asked him to step back. We just saw that. Good job. Well done.
ignored. At that point, I walked away because the manager came in. He was telling me, you know, all that they were doing, they were trying to get in through the closed building, whatever. Well, as I'm talking to the manager, he approaches me, and I tell him multiple times to stand back. He approaches me again. Once he gets like really close to me,
That was so weird. Like the internet went out to the point where it like popped up on my phone. It was like there's no internet. It was really weird. So I hope we are back. I don't think we are. It's mine, Ray. It's mine. It's of course mine. It's mine. I even got like a notification is like keep trying Wi-Fi or use cellular data, and it's like no, keep trying Wi-Fi, please. I think we're back. Are we good? I think we're good. I think we're back. I think we're good. Let's try to finish up this video, then we'll take a little break. I might have to like
times.
restart
I even held him at taser
my
point.
computer.
I really avoided the taser because I don't want to.
Yeah, he didn't use his taser.
He did, you know, push me and do all that. We were fighting.
All right. Okay, you're gonna charge him for bad law enforcement. You're gonna charge him with.
He underplayed the fighting. He underplayed the fighting. He's like, he did push me. You know, we were fighting. Like we were fighting. It wasn't even 1 second. And so like he underplayed the fighting. He wasn't like, oh yeah, and he tried to get me and he was hitting me and all that stuff. Like it was he was like, yeah, we were fighting. Not like fighting and he's all bloody now. It's just fighting.
You're gonna have to pat him. Put the gloves on. Can you step out real quick? I have to pat you real quick. Yeah. All right, so let him.
So the instructions, this officer here seems to be like a supervisor or just I don't know, just into knowing the policies and procedures. And he's like, we've got to do this, put gloves on, let's do this. There's no hubbub.
Do they come with any family?
Yeah.
Okay, who are they?
They're in there. Like, I don't even get what's going on right now.
All right, step inside.
In here?
Yeah. You got his name,
back
right?
in the car.
Oh, watch out. Be careful.
It's hard to get in.
Okay.
Man's had a door frame for lunch. Sorry. Wait, no,
What's
this dude
going
was
on right
crazy. The hard
Step
dude was
inside.
crazy.
In here?
Yeah. You got his name, right? Oh,
Sorry, it's really not funny. This man didn't commit a murder. He didn't physically hurt anybody, really. He just made a dumb choice. Like this is just a person who's doing something dumb right now. He may not be a bad dude IRL, but right now that's hilarious. Right now that is really really funny because every time someone gets into a police car who is handcuffed, officers assist and they hold like it's the stereotypical like watch your head as you get in and they're like just get back because he's not really a threat. Like he's not really a threat. He didn't stab anyone or kill anyone or run anyone over with their car. Like he didn't do anything really. He was just obnoxious and just publicly intoxicated. And so so this is like it's almost this is almost sad. Like it's hard to watch, but We'll do it one more time and then we'll move on. I'm
Seven
sorry.
star.
I'm
In
sorry.
here?
I'm a bad person. I'm
You
worse
got
than
this game,
him right now.
Oh, watch out. Be careful.
It's hard to get.
Telling
The original officer of
telling the man who has his hands cuffed behind him looks probably to be about like 6'2" to get into the back seat of a vehicle by himself and then saying be careful is Boulder Dash. Like that's
a
wild.
rookie now revisits the scene with a supervisor to
man
find the other two
into the
suspects are
car.
gone. The supervisor moves on to review the use of force with the original officer.
So there's vomit here on the floor.
They said nothing. They're just on vacation or whatever.
There was
Okay.
vomit on the
The
floor.
manager told me they were like
Open these?
yanking on the doors.
Right.
So I told them if they have any ID, do the. Was fighting Brent. He gave me this like off the back. Give it to me there. I come over here. I tell him, let me see your IDs. The other one's working on it. He's trying to like not. He's like almost in and out of consciousness.
Right.
The dude over here was literally like he was completely passed out. So
Right.
I'm like, hello, wake up.
Yeah.
Shining my light. He comes out of here and like stands in front of me. He's like, hey, he's got cancer or something like that. Like, why?
Okay.
That's up. Why are you shining his light? I'm like, bro, like back off.
Right.
I'm just trying to wake him up, make sure he's good.
Okay.
Once that happens, the actual
And he's telling the story again to the supervisor. Like I assumed, he's a little new to the job. He's a little fresh on the job. He's retelling the story exactly as it happened for the second time. You know, like when we saw the body cam, we're listening to his words. Well done. You know, I have to be able to say good job to cops, even though I am a cop. Good job to cops when they are doing something good. And this is I think this is a great like learning moment. Like just because someone did not do a super bad thing doesn't mean that you can just let it be. You know, like you stood your ground. You said, I'm giving you an order, like back away. You did not pop off right away. You let it to be. So he made all of those decisions to not listen to you, to not step back, not give you just like one freaking minute with the resort employees. Good job. I think that's good. I think that's good. Now, could this person turn and be corrupt? Sure. But what we're seeing is like some really good communication between officers, which is cool to see.
manager, supervisor comes out and he sees me that I'm arguing with him. So I decide to take a break. I walk over here and I'm telling.
Had you already called for code 4 at that point? No.
No,
Okay.
because he wasn't actively
Right.
resisting or anything.
You were just having an argument with him. Okay. Like a verbal argument.
Yeah.
Okay.
So at this point, I'm here talking.
See, his supervisor even said, and you already called for backup code 4 at this point. And he said, no, because I didn't need it. And I remember when in the previous, I was like, he probably should have, just because there is 3 of them and one of it would honestly, if it was even 2 of them, like if there wasn't like that passed out guy, or if it was like him and that passed out guy, I probably would be like, nah, you know, whatever. Like one was passed out. What is he going to do? But there was 3 of them. There's 2 and a guy passed out who's kind of like in and out. So
Talking to him, I'm like, hey, like I was standing right there exactly. I was like, hey, so like, what do you want to do? Blah blah blah. Like, what's the end game here? And he's like, no.
okay, I should have taken a break or not talked so much because I really got to pee. So I will be right back in like 2 minutes. Okay, sorry. I be so bad. All right, let's finish up this video, then we'll take like a real break. Stretching. I like stood up and like, oh my god, my joints. I'm old.
Like, no, like at this point, I don't know. And then he comes out down the stairs, like sort of in an aggressive manner. I tell him multiple times, back, like stay back.
So he traveled from up there
From up there all
down
the way
here.
down.
So he went down 50 feet
Yep.
Yeah.
to come confront you, right?
I told
Okay.
him multiple times, stand back.
And aggressive manner being
like,
yelling.
No, he was just like walking, like, you know, like forward like this. Like just,
right. So he's walking towards you like he was walking directly to you with pace.
Yeah. So
Was he saying anything?
he was like, oh, like,
This officer, the supervisor, I think is doing a really good job in making sure that what the rookie in the situation did was correct. And he's like, when you say intimidating, like how, you know, like, is it classified? Like, is it a broad description or a broad definition? Was it just to you? Would everyone assume that was happening? His mother.
like, I don't remember what he was saying, but he was saying something.
So he was yelling something?
Yeah.
Was it loud? Was it?
Oh my god. I just want to finish this video.
I have to review the camera.
Okay.
Once he gets over here, he stands like almost like right in front of me. I'm like, bro, like, I'm not gonna ask you one more time. Stay back over there. And he's like, no, like blah blah blah. So at
Okay,
that
so
point,
he verbally refused
I
your
took my
directive.
out from here and I just went like,
I know the internet's messing this up. Oh man, I don't know why.
all right, come here. And when I did that, like I was about to close the cuff and he did this.
Okay.
He yanked his arm.
So you were trying to put a cuff on somebody from the front.
Like I grabbed his arm.
Okay.
When
Yep.
I like did that, I don't remember what I did, but I think I grabbed his arm.
And he yanks away.
He yanks away. So once that happens, we're like standing like at
Was he
one point.
standing over here or was
He
he
was
standing
standing
over here?
here.
Okay.
And at one point, I was standing here.
So you got in between him and the other people when he yanked.
Once I saw that I was in a bad point, like, I took out my taser, and that's when I called out. I had one at taser point. I held up my taser point. I don't know how to describe it, but he came up this way. At that
So you
point,
got back over to this side.
Yeah.
Okay.
I go up to him and I just try to like, you know, get his hands behind his
Correct.
back. And then that's when he like does this. I try to take him down. He caught himself with the railing over there. I took my taser out again. I was about to tase him and I didn't. We came back over here and this is where like I think I did a frontal takedown. Like I grabbed him here, did this, and then he fell hard on the ground.
Okay.
He fell somewhere around over here. Right there, that's exactly where he was laying down. So we were somewhere here. So this is where he fell down. I take my cuffs out again, try to cuff him, yanks away, and he's like moving his arms around. At that point, I take my taser out and I take the cartridge out and I put it up against his body. I'm like, if you like move, I will tase you. And he like gave in.
Okay. And then that's when you cuffed him?
That's when I cuffed him.
Okay. Don't take your cartridge off next time. It's the same force level. Hold him.
Okay. I think that was really interesting. This is not where the video was going. Like, I did not think this is where the video was going to go. But I think this is fantastic. We don't see this very often. Like, we don't see someone who is not, like, someone who still has multiple, like, every single person on the force is above them, having to explain over and over and over again what happened and be good at it. There were lessons to be learned. Baby cop. I know, it's so cute. It's so sweet. Baby cop. There were lessons to be learned. And there was pressure applied to him, even from his, I don't know if it's like his specific training officer, but someone who is above him, a supervisor of some sort. There was pressure applied from them as he's telling the story of what happened. Even though he could watch the body cam, things happened that weren't good. Body cam falling off, not good. But luckily, the manager picked it up and the majority of it is caught on camera on the body cam. And once he was in a position and had the chance to put it back on, he put it back on, made sure it was on. And he retold the story the same every single way. And they put pressure on him. Is that when you called for backup? No. Because at that time, it wasn't a big, da-da. And I took the cartridge off. Don't take your cartridge off next time. And so where were you? Did you get in between him and the other? Like, there was pressure applied, and he didn't waver. He's like, I'm just telling you what happened. And, there's moments that right now in my brain, I can't quite exactly remember, but everything else is like pretty like it's pretty on point. And I think that's really cool. This is not where I thought this video was going. I don't watch these videos ahead of time, so I take a risk with that. But I didn't think it was going that
Hold 'em.
way. And
We're gonna put you in a different car.
Dude, I'm okay. I'm not a bad person.
Turn
I
around.
know.
But first usually works. Okay.
What's up?
Nothing.
So we have some rules in my patrol car, okay?
Okay.
Guilty.
I know that you got into a little scuffle with this deputy over here, okay? If you listen to me, if you try anything, it will be the worst mistake
Dude,
you've ever made in your life. You
trying
understand?
to
Do you understand what I'm telling you?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. If you try to do that again, it will be the worst thing you've ever done in your life.
I didn't
Okay.
get this.
As long as we have that understanding, okay?
All right.
All right.
Okay. Now.
Brent was charged with battery on a law enforcement officer,
Wow, look
resisting
at all those charges. Okay, battery on law enforcement officer, resisting with violence, resisting without violence, disorderly conduct, disorderly intox. Wow, that's crazy.
law.
Wowza, that's a lot. That's a couple extra that I probably would not have added, but I am guilty. Oh my god, you guys. Give her a chance, Michael. Give her a chance. She don't look. We already talked about Karen Reed, and she may or may not be guilty. So, people around me think Karen Reed is guilty, and you know what I say to them? Prove it. Prove it. Prove it. We're gonna take a break. We're gonna do a little ASMR. That's probably awful. I'm so sorry. We're gonna take a little break. Because it's been like 2.5 hours. Give the internet a minute. Give the internet a minute because I don't know what's going on. But it's having a moment. So I'll give it a little minute. I'm thinking like 15 minutes, back 2:45, and we will watch some more. I don't know. Have you guys ever heard of Jeremy DeWitt? Maybe I don't know if we'll have time. Okay, back at 2:45. Taking a little break. Go stretch your legs. A loving father has been murdered. That is crazy. And he's a guardian. He doesn't have his own kids. Oh, Ronnie. Oh, Ronnie, you're gonna love Jeremy DeWitt. BRB. Hi, we're back. I was just having a snack. I'm obsessed with the veggie straws. I go through like phases. Do you guys do that? Do you have like phases of snacks? My phase right now is veggie straws. Let me crack open a cold one with the crew. Okay. So I was gonna do some more Karen stuff, but and like I had an interrogation video all set up, like it's a crazy guy, whatever. We've seen it all. But Ronnie, I want a gold one. Mm-hmm. It's a nice day out. I don't know what it's like down in Florida, but here it's nice. And mine's just a ginger ale. So I don't know. It's hot as hell. Is it? I don't like it. 90 degrees. 90 degrees? Ugh. No, thank you. Nope. Won't do it. Will not do it. 90. The most ridiculous. There we go. So gross. I hate 90. Don't like that at all. So there is a man who has enamored me. I am enamored in a curious way of what, why, how, always, so often, continuously. Like it's constant shock and awe. So there's a man who's named by goes by the name Jeremy DeWitt. That's his name. His name is Jeremy DeWitt. And whenever I see or remember that this man exists, I'm like, I rabbit hole, here I come, dive head first, because it is never ending. It's never ending for this man. A little backstory about the very infamous Jeremy DeWitt. He is a police impersonator who impersonates police. That's what they do. He wanted to desperately be a police officer, but he is not one. He will never be one. And he's not a police officer. But boy, did he want to be one. And when I say he has impersonated police, it is not, oh, he likes to have a couple of red and blues on his car. No, it goes far beyond that. Far, far, far beyond that. He is the ultimate police impersonator. And the problem is when he has to deal with the real police, in the beginning, now not so much, but in the beginning, well, now he's in jail. But in the beginning, it was always like a slap on the wrist. It was always a, what are you doing? Don't do that. That's not good. Naughty kid, you. And then eventually, of course, just like anybody who does something based in sort of some psychopathy, which I am comfortable saying because this man is it you will see he has reached the maximum times his wrists can be slapped, and he is then shackled and handcuffed and arrested and imprisoned, and courts and orange jumpsuits. So this is escalated in a way that is not only concerning but like embarrassing. And it of course involved way more than just boy wants to be a cop. It involves girlfriends, ex-girlfriends, family members, parents, cousins, employees, co-workers. I have found it's hard to jump into the Jeremy DeWitt without going all the way back and watching hours upon hours upon hours of content. And by content, I mean what he would do with his day. But I found a sort of a handmade documentary of Jeremy DeWitt through all of his own videos that he took with his own body cam, and other actual police body cams. So we'll watch a little bit of this. There are parts that I'm going to have to skip over, like when he was on Dr. Phil. Yeah, got to that point where he was on the Dr. Phil. Can't play that on YouTube because they'll get you. But yeah, so it's very, I just have to play it. I don't even know how to describe Jeremy DeWitt without you seeing it in action. We can always find other pieces for me to sort of back up the pure insanity that is this DeWitt brother. He's not a brother. But yeah, so let's get into it. I want this one, maybe. We'll see. I move around. Ronnie, I know. He is the ultimate. He is the epitome of impersonating a police officer. So this is titled "The Most Ridiculous Case of Stolen Valor in History, Jeremy DeWitt." And this is by the channel Senior Specialist. This went up about 3 months ago. Already has almost 500,000 views, which is great. Jeremy DeWitt is a fantastic click, like there's no bait needed. People will just click. There are thousands, millions of people who have followed Jeremy DeWitt's journey. Sounds like a real bitch. Yeah. There are some of these videos have millions upon millions of views. People know this man. People in the area where he would be bouncing around pretending to be a cop know this man. He'll try to pull someone over and they'll be like, "I'm sorry, you're not a cop. I know because I know you and you're not an officer. So I will not follow your rules. You psychopath." In the top comment, if you're thinking about impersonating a police officer, don't do it. I love it. I love it so much. 72 replies and a heart from the creator, which is fantastic. And some of the comments, Jeremy is probably impersonating a corrections officer now. I wonder if he now brags to his fellow inmates that he's a police officer. Oh my gosh, just so funny. "Hey, show this guy some respect. It so happens that I served in military black ops with Jeremy. Our unit was so secret that even we didn't know we were in it. We were the first unit that was certified to parachute from submerged submarines. We were above the Navy SEALs. We were referred to as the Easter SEALs." It's so funny. It's so funny that he was sent to prison for something other than impersonating a police officer, because the slaps on the wrist for impersonating a police officer continue to we'll get into it. I just want to show you some comments that people are here, people are watching, people are engaged in Jeremy DeWitt and his life. I don't know words to explain it. And just so you know, to the creator, Senior Specialist, I am commentating over your product. I appreciate your product. Thank you for your product. Go check out his channel. There are YouTube channels specifically dedicated to Jeremy DeWitt. When I literally just go into YouTube and type in Jeremy DeWitt and you can see it all. New rabbit hole for you to just go down, get your blood pressure up a little bit. Man, so thank you. I will be pausing and I will be doing this throughout the video as well. I'm not stealing content. I am commentating. I am altering the content. And a lot of this is content that was uploaded by someone else in the first place, or publicly available stuff like body cams and stuff like that. And I probably will not be showing Dr. Phil. Maybe I will. I don't know.
Get your fucking car out of the way now! Stay there until we're clear, or I'm gonna take you down myself. Stop your vehicle. I'm not gonna tell you again.
I know I don't have a lot of emotions and I don't really show them.
Come on, let's go, bitch. Get out your fucking car.
Immediately, the editing is fantastic. Props to the creator. That is brilliant. Jeremy DeWitt is fueled with rage, and gas for his motorcycle. That's literally it's the only thing that fuels him. And having the feel of power, we will see this man go off in so many different ways. In so many different ways. I'm just trying to I think the best place is maybe up there for me for right now.
Hey, let's go. Let's go. Come on.
Cursing shows a lack of education, shows a lack of respect for who you're talking to.
I just like to say we're gonna hear a lot of words that aren't kid friendly because this man goes off. This man goes off.
Some dumb fuck bullshit idiot.
What the fuck does it look like I'm doing, dumb fuck? Get the fuck over before you find out.
Sorry, do not play this where people are listening if you don't want people to hear all of the curse words. I can't take you seriously with those glasses, my man. You never, ever in a million years would anybody take Jeremy DeWitt seriously. Wearing anything. I mean, this man could be this man could be bloody and bruised, half naked running through the woods, and I'd be like, you lying. It's so wild.
Find out.
Stop pretending you're a police officer.
Listen, motherfucker.
Have you ever
I watched that video, and he's like, stop pretending you're a police officer. He's like, you're not allowed to do that. It's so funny. The people around here know that he is not a police officer. We know you. Millions of people know what you look like. And when you are out on the street, helmet or not, we know you.
Ever been in the military?
I have.
You were in what branch?
Army.
The Army. When were you in the Army?
I wasn't actually in the Army.
As a cop, and then I served for 12 years in the U.S.
I know we are 58 seconds in and I've paused like 7 times now, but I just really want it to sink in. This is a real person. This is a real person who got girls. He had girls. Relationships. Well, I don't know if I'd call them relationships.
U.S. Army as a major.
Okay.
So,
first, thank you for your service. Okay.
But I did the Army. I was young and dumb and I wanted action, so I joined the Army, was a Ranger, and then I went SF, and then my parachute didn't work right, my back got hurt, my brother got killed.
My parachute didn't work right. My back got hurt. My brother got killed. A lot of people who lie or are, what do they call them? Pathological liars, base lies with a little nugget of truth, right? So they will find like, okay, in this year, my back got hurt. These people don't know me, so I can tell them that I was in the Army and my parachute didn't work and my back got hurt. So a little nugget of truth. In that year, your back did get hurt, but you were not in the Army. You were not a Ranger. Your brother did not get killed. You were not, it wasn't because of parachute. You weren't jumping out of plane, but it's so much more stimulating in my funked up brain. It's a lie. So much more stimulating. Just easier at that point. Telling the truth can be hard sometimes. You're so much less cool.
Jeremy DeWitt, aka Motor One, is one of the most infamous, egregious, and well-documented cases of stolen valor in history. There are
yes, it is. Yes, it is. And when I say yes, it is. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. And it is every bit of it crazy. Every bit of it is absolutely absurd.
For thousands of videos and dedicated YouTube channels to document how he impersonates police officers and fabricates a life of military service. As we close 2024, his decade plus of tomfoolery is coming to an end, with his high-risk funeral escort business being disbanded and him being convicted to spend the next 7 years in prison for sex offender charges. After watching hundreds of
Was that shocking? Was that shocking? I don't want to like give it all away. Like I want this creator to tell us. Like I would like to give us the story because I want you all to learn the story of this man as well. I'm just grabbing a granola bar. I want you to learn the story because I know that was weird. I know the story. I want him to tell you. So I don't know this creator. I've never met this person. This person I've never met in my entire life. But what I can tell you and what I do know is that this person, this creator sitting right here talking into the black Yeti microphone is pretty cool. I got the silver one. I put glitter stickers on it. Talking into this one, I would trust with my life in a split. You split a second and then you split it again and then you split it 18 more times. That's how fast I would trust this person before I would trust Jeremy DeWitt. If these two people were sitting in the room and someone and a judge said, go catch a great white shark with choose one. Not Jeremy. Go get in a car driven by these two people. Not Jeremy. I wouldn't trust Jeremy with anything. I would assume the food he would serve me is poisoned, even if I opened it. Like there is no, I could ACAB, but Jeremy worse. Like it's so, he is such a bad person. He is mean-spirited. He is disgusting. He's a pervert. He's a liar. Like it's so in like the broken, like he's broken on a level that you don't see very often. You don't see that type of brokenness, of broken person, of just there's more than just you need mental health help. There's more than that. You need so much. I can't even.
Of hours of compilations and footage of this absolute disaster of a man, I decided to put this video together. I want to centralize his most ridiculous acts as a failed police officer and him lying about his ridiculous military career where he portrays himself as Captain Price from Call of Duty. If you're familiar with Jeremy,
it's so funny. And we thank you. We thank you for your time and your energy and your video. We appreciate it. I'm going to boot, scoot, and boogie him to 1.5.
There'll be some points in this video that haven't been covered before. So sit back, relax, and enjoy the dumpster fire that is Jeremy DeWitt. Let's start at the beginning of his career as a serial impersonator. In 1998, when he was 18, Jeremy was part of the Orlando Police Explorers. This is similar to JROTC for the military. The important part is
Okay, so he was part of the Police Explorers, right? Remember, let's go back. Remember earlier when we were talking about the audit, and we were gonna talk. I had plans to talk about the John O'Keefe case and the Sandra Birchmore case. Police Explorers. He does look very nice. Trust, right? Like it's just compared to Jeremy DeWitt, them man, like I see, like there's darkness. There's a darkness in Jeremy DeWitt's eyes, and you can see it and you can feel it. I don't know how he could ever pull. I don't like. What do you mean you're pulling chicks? What do you mean? You know, and then to top it all off, you're gonna be gross and do all the offendery things. Golly. Sandra Birchmore, part of the Police Explorers, but she did not turn out to be anything like Jeremy DeWitt. She turned out to be a blossoming young woman with a future that was taken by, I just want to pull it in, circle everything back. I will be looking over that document though. So let's get back into this.
Is he in no way, shape, or form was a police officer. Long story short, he tried to get some gas, forgot his wallet, and showed the cashier's badge to pass himself off as a police officer, get free gas. which he claims he was going to pay back. He was charged of impersonating a police officer, and that was that. Before Jeremy started Metro State, he supposedly served as an Army Ranger and Special Forces Major. Before we look at his stolen valor record, let's be clear, there is no way he could have served in the military with his record. On top of that, he was picking up document charges the whole time he supposedly was serving the military. Thankfully, we can thank the YouTube channel Master Sergeant Retired for requesting his paperwork from the United States Army verifying that he never served.
This is in response to your request for military personnel files pertaining to Mr. Jeremy C. DeWitt. Your request was processed under the provisions of the Freedom of Information / Privacy Acts. And then we'll go down a little bit more. No records pertaining.
Boom. Period. Full stop. They could have just said, nope, he ain't one of us. Thanks for reaching out.
To Mr. Jeremy C. DeWitt were found.
Now that we all understand that he did not serve, let's hear from the horse's mouth about his military service.
Appreciate you calling because, you know, I
When there's music playing, well, anything faster than normal cannot be tough. So
have a medical discharge. And once I got that I jumped, my chute didn't work right. After the Army, I was young and dumb and I wanted action, so I joined the Army, was a Ranger, and then I went to SF, and then my parachute didn't work right, my back got hurt, my brother got killed, and I drank, and life changed.
I gotta ask you, man, because you know I was military, right? Right, Jeremy? I just gotta ask this before.
Corporal.
Were you ever in the military?
Corporal. Let me ask you a question.
Did you jump in Fallujah?
Did
you jump in Fallujah?
I've jumped a lot of places.
Oh,
because of our business, and I have 30 employees, and they do rotate a little bit. I was military, so it's easier for me to remember people by their call sign than their actual name.
Have you ever been in the military?
I have.
You were in what branch?
Army.
The Army. When were you in the Army?
I wasn't actually in the Army. I was actually certified and trained, and then I did private details.
No, what I'm asking you, have you ever been in
Never
the United States
to the United
military?
States Army.
You were never sworn into the
Army
military.
trained me, and then the details that I do.
But that doesn't make you in the military.
Right. Okay.
So if you're not in the Army, best thing to do is to not say that you were. Like I have always, so one of my, sorry, there was something distracting. Whenever I like talk to somebody who like was in the military, served, whatever, I always ask them like, can you spot stolen valor? Are like, how does that make you feel? You know, I'm always, I make sure that it's like a appropriate time. I'm never just like, oh, you're in the Army? Can you spot? That immediately first thing out of my mouth. But it's like, what about stolen valor? Like, I wouldn't even, why do you think people do that? And a lot of the response is trying to convince themselves that they are not worthless, because you're so worthless in your day-to-day life that you need to steal valor for people to even look at you or talk to you. You know, it's so you're so bad, like you're so boring, and you're like you're lame and you suck, and like it's basically like a last resort to steal valor. Like, stolen valor is a last resort to get people to even notice you. Like, you're so unimpressive. And then, you know, you have so many people who come out of the military and they don't want to be noticed in that way. You know, they want to go back to a normal civilian life and, you know, try to get their brain right and get a job and live and have a nice comfy bed and play some video games and like chillax a little bit. And then you have these weirdos who it's almost like it's like some weird level of gratification that these strange people get while stealing valor, like wearing like fake garb and all that. Like, it doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense to me because it doesn't make any sense to me because that's not me. I don't care. I don't have that kind of time. But these people have that kind of time and they're so into it. And there's the only way people will even look at them or talk to them or shake their hand or give a damn about what they're saying. And it's like, do you also want the negative effects of being within the military? Because walking through a shopping center, stolen valor, just proudly, and everyone's like, oh, thanks for your service, shake your hand, da, da, da. You get to go home and take it off and not actually have lived that life. When everyone who gets out, they can't do that. They can take their uniform off, but they can't take their brain out and replace it with not those memories. So like, how dare you? God, you're dumb. Oh, you're so dumb.
Okay.
I served as a cop, and then I served for 12 years in the U.S. Army as a major. So
I feel it in my heart when I was overseas. A few of you have asked questions, where have you been in overseas? I've been to almost every Middle Eastern country you can list.
To wear that, and then I joined the Army, and then this is where I am now.
Yes.
And you are SF Ops 2015, is that you?
Right.
Okay. And what's the SF Ops for? What's that?
Operations.
Okay.
Are you clear for that?
He owns this business.
No shit,
Are you clear for that? Sir, what's your GS level? Because I know what my military level was, my classification.
Okay, we don't need to go through all
Okay,
that.
great. Are you an officer?
No, I'm not, but I work for Customs.
CP35. How do you know how to do this stuff?
Dismantling bombs overseas.
I'm sorry. What did you say? Dismantling bombs? You never told me that. You said you were like special ops, but you never said you were like dismantling bombs.
Now, shooting shit just for the hell of it. What branch of the military were you in?
Army.
Army? So was I. Where were you stationed?
I was Benning and then I was Bragg. I was originally a Ranger, 3rd Battalion out of Benning, and then I was 3rd Group out of Bragg.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, thank you for your service.
Thank you. What did you do?
You jumped.
Oh, yeah, I was.
Oh wait, sorry. I don't want the mic on. The compilation is crazy. This ginger ale is slaps. It's so cold. It's the perfect temperature. It slaps. Jeremy DeWitt, let me scroll back on here so you can see a picture of him. Come on, where was it? He did a full. This guy. Can you see? You can't really see that. So I'll check back in later. Enjoy that fresh. Oh, I gotta go. Oh. Okay. He does look like, yeah, exactly, the one that looks like a toe. Oh, okay. All right. Yeah. You know where to find me. Yeah, you know where to find me. All right, let's go.
Oh, yeah, I've been jump certified since I was 18.
Wow.
That's why I left the Army.
Here's the thing. I could almost get by with like, oh, you just wanted to have like a fun, silly moment and you say it once, like you say the lie once. Like you only say, oh, I was in the military and I jumped from planes once. But it is on record, public record, your own record of you saying it multiple times, hundreds of times almost. That's not good. Like, bro, you're caught. Like, do you really think no one was going to look into it?
Yeah, I had a streamer. My riser popped when I was going into Fallujah.
First off, anyone that's ever served the military would call BS on his career. Just the way he talks about GS levels and his supposed special forces career. As disrespectful as it is to falsely claim military service, especially deploying and all the other stuff he talks about, it's not technically illegal. When it does become illegal and becomes stolen valor is if there's some type of economical gain for it to become a crime. Aside from him vlogging his house showing off his Special Forces book or having Army stickers scattered around, picture this. You're looking for a funeral escort service and you end up at the offices of Metro State and take a seat with Mr. DeWitt himself. As you're making small talk, you see the display of flags behind him. To the uninitiated, you'd probably ask what they mean. If you have served, you would immediately recognize the Army flag behind him. You'd probably then take a closer look and notice the Special Forces flag that is also there. As you keep skimming his office, you see a coffee cup of an Army Ranger unit insignia, and then you notice an operator helmet as well. Of course, that would somehow come.
I am loving this creator because we too scan the rooms. Like, I have been scanning his wall behind him, and I'm just like, okay, military, you know, college, military, police, whatever. You don't see much of his room, but I too, we love to scan a room. We love to scan a room, and he did. He went through all the bogus junk in DeWitt's office, and he scanned that room. I love that.
Now come up in conversation, which opens the door for him to tell his stolen valor stories. I assume there have been some clients of his that probably heard his ridiculous service story and felt some sense of obligation or trust based off his fabricated service that led him to receiving business. I know he's been investigated.
And that's one of the most concerning things, is the trust that is wielded, like the power of trust when you're like, oh, I was in the military, I served my country, like da 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 blah blah blah, blah, blah all that garbage. You have, especially like as I don't want to say especially as Americans, but like me personally, I have seen people view those who have served their country with they have higher standards. They have protected us. They're the reason that our rights and the things that have been fought for are still standing, and our safety, and go nation, whatever. So like, you see people trust them more, when I don't want to sound like a crazy person. I don't want to sound like a mean person. I don't think that should necessarily be the case. I think thanking them, appreciating them is good. Awesome. But immediately having some sort of, that's a good person, I trust them, I'll support their business, I'll give them money, let them help me with this, I can help them with this, I can give them more, I'll tip them more, I'll do giving more, trusting more, letting your own personal guards down more just because the person on the other side of the table has served is not what I think is good. Only because if that person did serve and they saw things and they did things, they may still have things within them that need to be worked on. Not to say that the person on the other side of the table, who's all, I trust you and I love you and I thank you, doesn't have things that they need to work on as well. But I think it still needs to be normalized. It's like, this is still a normal person. There are things. Working on or not working on is okay. I don't think you should just let your guard down because they are military, or they have served, or they're wearing a thing, or they have a uniform on. Don't do that. That's just my opinion. No, not everyone's going to like that. I'm sorry. You don't have to.
For stolen valor. And I really hope the detectives interviewed his past clients to tie in the business atmosphere for some type of financial benefit. Now let's take a look at him impersonating police officers post Call of Duty military career.
I love that he keeps saying the Call of Duty military career because we all know DeWitt is a big fan of Call of Duty. Big fan.
Hey, stop your vehicle!
Okay, so what we are currently seeing, sorry about the loud sirens. What we are currently seeing is we are watching body cam footage that the camera is attached to, I believe, DeWitt's helmet. And he is currently running his funeral escort service. I believe it's a funeral escort service that we're currently watching. I know he did have a funeral escort service. So he would ride around, speed around. When I say speed, like if it's like a 30-mile-per-hour zone, he's booking it at 70. He's going into oncoming traffic. He's crossing yellow lines. He's zooming in out of cars, no turn signals, sirens on, lights flashing, looking split second like a police officer. He will ride out into intersections to stop traffic, which when I say he would ride out to stop traffic, he would ride out minutes before the funeral procession got to the intersection so that they had a fully clear, they could just keep going, right? Not, okay, the very first car is now at the intersection, there's a funeral procession, you have the flags on the cars, and you all can go, you have the rights to go through, red lights, stipulations, if there's a siren, ambulance, etc. So you would just do that, like it would just happen as a funeral procession is going, like you would just be, but he would go out and block traffic, cut off intersections for a long time. Like some of these videos, it takes minutes before the procession even gets close to the intersection, like full cycles of lights. And so we're watching him explode at other cars for proceeding through the intersection because they can, and that's what they do. That's what cars do. They drive on roads. Cars drive on roads. Humans walk on sidewalks. When no sidewalks, walk on incoming traffic side of road. To the side, not in the middle. What is it? One of my biggest pet peeves, one of my biggest pet peeves is when you are driving a car. I don't drive like this. I promise. I drive like this. No. When you were driving your car and then you see a human in the road, let's say beautiful day, no issues, no snow, no ice, no slip, no wet, no rain, nothing. Person in road, in the middle of the road, walking dogs, not crossing street, going down the road. That is with, let me also add 2 sidewalks, 2 options of sidewalks, one side or the other. I don't have anywhere else to drive my car, unfortunately. You have like multiple options of where to walk. My biggest pet peeve. Now, no sidewalk. No problem. No problem. Dogs not controlled, out. Like you are here and your dogs are over here. And here I am in my car just trying. I would really love if I could just go home. That's super great. If I could, I would love to just be able to go home. I would love that. Could I go home now? I hate it. I hate it so much. Like I hate it so much. It's one of those things that makes me absolutely bonkers. Like it sends me to the moon. To the moon. To the moon. Like, please, for the love of God, just go on the sidewalk. If I could, I would, but I can't. I hate that. So that's just me. I don't do anything. I wait. I internally freak out. I don't freak out on anybody, but then I get home and it, just minutes later than expected. It's still annoying. It annoys me. I hate it. I hate it so much. All right, get ready for some curse words.
Get over!
Get over where? On the grass?
Get the fuck over!
No.
What are you doing? What the fuck does it look like I'm doing, dumb fuck? Get the
Oh, this is great. This is great. What in this video?
What are you doing? What the fuck does it look like I'm doing, dumb fuck?
Look. So in the window of the car, this is Jeremy DeWitt on his motorbike, lights flashing, camera, I think it's either on the chest or the head. Camera, this is how he's dressed. He's got the markings on his left shoulder, on his left shoulder, on his shoulders. He's got the white helmet. He looks like a police officer, right? He looks like he's got orange lights flashing on his motorcycle, and this guy knows what's up. I love this video. This is one of my favorite ones. This guy knows what's up. He's like, you're not a police officer. You can't tell me what to do. This is actually harassment and you're threatening my life. Like you're causing the problem. So that's him. That's what you would see as you were being forced to pull over by a not cop. And on his windshield, on Jeremy DeWitt's windshield, it says Metro State, and I think it has like a big star or something on it, like a little symbol, and it's as close to cop as possible.
Before you find out.
Stop pretending you're a police officer.
Listen, motherfucker, I know what I'm allowed to do
Little
and what
lights.
I'm not allowed to do. What
Little
you
lights.
need to do is figure it the fuck out before you start talking shit and cutting us off.
I'm not cutting anyone.
Go ahead.
Let me remind you. He is escorting a funeral procession. He's escorting humans on the way to bury a loved one. Already traumatizing enough. And then for to look out your window and see this happening, I feel like that might be a breach of contract, and I'm not going to pay you. Oh my God.
Hey! 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 Pull over!
I love this. I love this so much. Oh my God. Okay. This man is being hollered at by Jeremy. Look at Jeremy's clothes. Like, look at what he is wearing. He is wearing stuff to make him look like a police officer. This man in this little car, he's just driving, being hollered at, screamed at from the depths of hell by Jeremy. Not a care in the world.
Hey! 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 Pull over! Hey! Pull your fucking car over! Pull over!
This is real. This actually happened. This is real footage. This is not a television show. Look at this car. I'm freaking out. Metro State. Does that look like a police vehicle to you? Does that look like a police vehicle to you? Real fast. Oh, that's a cop car. No, wrong. That is a business vehicle, a company van decorated as if it were a police officer to help escort funeral processions. I literally can't. Like, I literally cannot. This man, coworker, employee, assisting Jeremy DeWitt in, I don't know, unlawfully entrapping, making a car pull over. Like, this is bad. Like, if this little silver car just decided to keep driving, I don't think they would be in trouble if Jeremy and or this person got hit. Like, I am scared for my life. These are not cops. I have no idea what they're doing. They're yelling at me. He's driving his motorcycle in front of the car. I have a green arrow to turn. This guy stepped in front of the car. Like, that is insane. That is insane.
Get out of the way! Move your fuck! Get your
That right there, a threat. And guess what I would be doing? Calling 911. Hey, someone on a motorcycle dressed as a police officer is trying to pull me over in front of another car that looks like a police car, and they are banging on the hood of my car. I am scared for my life. I am just trying to go to Kmart. Like, that's insane. This is so wild to me. Jeremy DeWitt. How do I call him Jeffrey? Jeremy DeWitt is not okay. And he is full of rage. Full of rage. He's full of rage. He's fueled
Fucking car
by...
out of the way now! I don't know what you. I don't give a fuck what you don't understand. Pull forward now! Pull forward now! Stop there! What the fuck is your problem?
I didn't know what's the problem back there.
You're a federal agent, you said?
Screams at his face. This guy has no idea what's going on. You're not cops. And then proceeds to control traffic. I can't tell you how many of these videos exist.
Sir? No, I'm a state certified agent. State certified
Officer, am I correct?
Yes, sir.
Then you got.
Oh, that guy's doing that shit? Give me a second. Stay there, stand by. Hi! How are you today?
I'm good. How are you?
You must have missed that it's 45 through there, and then you use the turning lane to cut through traffic. I understand you're in a nice car and everything, but let's be a little more mature.
This was purely out of spite. This specific interaction was purely out of spite. So he is acting as if he's a police officer. Just that this is not because of the funeral procession or anything like this. It's him driving around, seeing people not driving properly, right? And of course, he's got this nice Porsche. Of course he does. Perfect. I can go harass him.
Sure, the way you drive. Let's drive the right way then.
Are you a cop?
Don't worry about what I am, because I'm a state agent. So what you need to do is make sure you're doing the right thing, fuck boy.
He's pissed he doesn't have his own Porsche. Look at him. Look. On the wrong. So I can't. I might have to cut this short because I can only take so much Jeremy DeWitt. And this is, my blood is boiling on the wrong side of the road. And then to look police officers in the eye and say, no, I wasn't. You posted footage of it. You posted the video of it. You uploaded the video of you doing the exact thing that you said you did not do. You cannot pass people on the wrong side of the road. That is illegal. No matter who you are. No matter if you are leading a funeral procession. Right through a red light. Right through a red light. Right through a red light. Right through a red light.
What in the fuck are you doing?
Driving. He's driving his vehicle because you are not a cop. You are a crazy person. Okay, I can't. We might have to skip ahead. We might have to skip ahead. You get the gist. Oh, wait, that's the one where he confronts people on motorbike.
Fucking A! Now! Get out of my funeral now! Get out of my funeral now! Get
out of my funeral now is so wild. That is a wild thing to say. Get out of my funeral now. And these folks are just like, you're crazy. You're not right. You are not right.
Get out of my funeral now! Get out of the fucking way now! Move your bike to the side now! And stay there until we're clear, or I'm going to take you down myself. Stop your vehicle. I'm not going to tell you again. Sir, I'm not going to fucking tell you again. Stay right fucking there. Stay right fucking there.
Is that a normal, sane, healthy person? No, it's not. Golly, I might have to do my own deep dive video of DeWitt. And he was on Dr. Phil. Oops. Hello.
Call BS on that. But he is so delusional that he actually went on Dr. Phil to try clear his name.
So I just got the call from Dr. Phil's staff.
You're driving a car. I can't. I can't even play this video. I can't play this video because as you can see in his glasses, he's physically holding up his phone with his hand while driving a vehicle. I can't. Funeral escort, thank yous. Okay. So that's just a little bit of Jeremy DeWitt. I can't do anymore. I get so frustrated with it all that that I can't. Let's see, it's 3:30. We should do but yeah, feel free to do your own deep dives, rabbit holing of Jeremy DeWitt and talk to me when you do because I want to know. Let's do one last wild Karen moment. Because why not? Why not? All right, this is called Drunk Karen's Wild DUI, resists arrest and shocks officers with her actions, which is exactly what we love. It's only 16 minutes long.
On January 8th, 2024, an officer in Ohio spotted a dark gray Jeep making an illegal left turn at a red light while on patrol. As the officer flipped on his emergency lights, the gray Jeep ran through another red light before stopping abruptly. Acting quickly, the officer conducted a traffic stop and approached the driver, identified as 32-year-old Devin Kovac behind the wheel. Here's what the officers did next.
Hello. I'm Officer Montez, Ravenna City Police Department. How are you doing tonight?
Good.
Hi, Devin.
Good. The reason I'm making contact with you is you ran the red light over there. You were turning on Chestnut onto Main Street.
Okay.
What?
I said okay.
Okay. Are you okay?
I'm fine.
Okay. Where are you coming from?
Manaway, Ohio.
Well, what's going on in Manaway, Ohio tonight?
Nothing.
Okay. Do you have your driver's license on you?
Why you look so concerned, Devin? Well done. How many times do we see videos where it's like, can you put the car in park? Can you put the car in park, please, and thank you? She put the car in park. It was a little forceful, but she did it. She did it.
What's that?
I thought I had it on me.
You don't have your insurance or driver's license or anything?
No,
on
I
you?
have my insurance. It's right here. What do you exactly need? I'm sorry.
Her words aren't really slurred, but she's moving slow. And she is, her words aren't really that slurred, but she forgot license, registration, and insurance.
Driver's license and
Driver's
insurance,
license?
please.
Okay. And I'm going to call like what is your name and where are you calling from?
Okay, so I'm not.
Hi, I know you're standing directly in front of me, but what is your name and where are you calling from? Get out of the car. You are drunk. Get out of the car. Get out. Get out. There's no way. If I was the officer, I'd be like, get out of the car. You're drunk. You're going to jail right now. Did you just ask me where I'm calling? I'm standing in front of you. I'm standing a foot from your body. I can't. That's hilarious.
What is your name and where are you calling from?
Okay, so I'm not calling.
What is your name and where are you calling from? That's iconic. I think Devin, you're funny.
From anywhere. My name is Officer Montez with Ravenna City Police Department. I stopped you
because when you were coming on Chestnut, you made a left-hand turn onto Main Street. The light was red, and you turned on red.
Can you say that again, though?
I've repeated it. That's the second.
Can you say that again, though? I don't know. Is she high or is she drunk? Is she high? She might be high too because she's moving real slow. Like her brain, her body, she's moving slow.
Second time I've said it. So for a third time, you were turning.
No, I want you to say it one more time, though, because I want it for the record.
Oh, yeah, sure. You were
He's being chill. He's being chill.
turning left on Chestnut. It was a red light, and you turned into a red light.
I'm sorry. I just want to make sure that everything is complete.
Yeah. So
yeah,
when you
it
get
would
a
be
minute,
great.
like I requested your driver's license.
Wait, why is he funny too when you get a minute? Right now is your minute. This past minute has been your minute. And she just sat there and opened up a wallet. What is your name and where you are calling from? Oh, yeah, when you have a minute, if you don't mind just grabbing your ID and your insurance. The stalling technique is comes pretty naturally to a lot of people. The stalling technique comes pretty natural, and we've seen it used a lot. I was like, could you just repeat that? Could you just say it one more time? And I think when it comes to like people who are drunk, it's what they really didn't catch it, and they heard you saying words, but they didn't hear the words. But also like in the back of your head, it's like you might be a little less drunk. Like, you're drunk, you're driving, you shouldn't be. In the very, very back of your head, maybe you're just be a little less drunk in 10 minutes instead of 5 minutes. So in 5 minutes, you're going to be doing a breathalyzer test. In 10 minutes, you could be doing a breathalyzer test and drop down to a 0.07 instead of a 0.09. I don't know. I mean, I don't think that's how the science works, but stalling is great. In the moment, maybe it'll work.
No, you can have my
It never does.
right now.
What'd you say?
I said you can have my driver.
Okay.
I don't understand
Jesus.
the issue.
I've explained it to you 3 times clearly what the issue was. What's there not to understand? I'm confused. I've explained it. You've had me explain it to you 3 times.
No, that's not.
Well, listen. Let's focus on one thing, miss. Let's get your driver's license and proof of insurance. Okay.
Okay.
As long as you can tell me where you're calling from. Sure.
I'm upset because
you're going to jail.
Sorry.
You're okay. Take your time. You're okay. Okay. Thank you. Do you have your insurance now?
So now I'm questioning.
What?
There's no questions. I'm requesting that you have.
No,
your
now I'm
insurance.
questioning the fact that this guy right there is shining a light.
That's my other officer over there. He can go ahead and do that. So can you please get your insurance like I have requested?
He's so chill.
That's not what I'm asking about.
Okay.
He's being so chill because the moment he loses it is the moment she does too, and he wants her to do it first. He does not want to be the guy who is out there on the call being a jerk to all these drunk people. Oh, way too many drunk people. Why are there so many drunk people? Why are people still drinking and driving? Like, I don't understand. Why are you still getting so drunk and getting in your car? Why are you still doing this? How do we stop drinking and driving? Like, how do we here's a real question. Like, as a society, how do we actually legitimately stop people from drinking and driving? How do we do that? What must we do? Because when I was a kid, we watched and heard the stories of and talked to, we had the, what do they call them? Where everyone shows up. Great. Yeah. My brain stopped. Not like rallies. It's like a whole school meeting. Whole school. I'm gonna find this word. Assembly. We would have assemblies. And there was like people who were like, yeah. And then, I'm an EMT and I rolled up to the car accident and so uh was the mom of the daughter was sitting there holding her decapitated daughter's head, and I'm traumatized from that. And it's like, well, mom's really traumatized from having her daughter's head cut off in front of her because she was wearing a seatbelt and the driver was drunk. And like, I don't want that. I don't want to be anywhere near that. I don't want to be the one who's decapitated. I don't want to be the one who's holding a decapitated head. I don't want to be the one who's rolling up in an ambulance to a scene where someone's holding a decapitated head and the body's, 200 feet away because it flew through the window. Like, I don't want to do any of that. So what do we have to do to actually not have people drinking and driving and, leading to insane events like that? I don't know. But what I do know is that it ain't gonna be me. That's for damn sure. Because that's just some dumb shit. Like, at this point, you're just and yeah, you are, we already know you're dumb. You're drunk driving a car. But like, I don't know. I hate it. I hate it
That's a
so much.
problem there. Then.
Okay.
Why is that a problem?
Miss, is it Kobeck?
Yeah, it is.
Can you do me a favor?
Why she get so sassy?
You know your alphabet?
Yeah, I do.
Okay. Can you
Yeah.
tell me?
I'm upset now because.
Why are you upset? Is it the liquor? Are you upset because you spent all that money on a couple of Trulies in a shot or two? Or are you upset that basically they're ruining your buzz?
Can you tell me the alphabet from? Can you start from C and end at H? Yeah, from C to H. Can you tell me the alphabet from C to H?
C to H?
Yeah.
Since when does that make sense?
It makes sense.
How
Can you
so?
tell me your ABCs without singing the song from C to H, please?
Without singing? Okay, to be fair. Stop. Oh my God. Right, like this is Gina's cousin Devin from Pennsylvania. But it turns out that they are actually sisters. That's so funny. Oh my God. Oh my God, she does. That's wild. I love Gina. Gina was my favorite. Speaking of Brooklyn Nine-Nine, Andrew Brower was supposed to star RIP. I miss that man more than Andre Brower. I miss that man more than like I can't even express how much that man has done for the world of entertainment and theater. It was incredible. RIP, gone way too soon. Nothing but respect. He was supposed to star in a show. I watched it, but of course I can't remember the name. I will never be able to. It's called The Residence. No. Is it? Yes. The Residence. I believe that was what it was called. He was supposed to star in the show, but he didn't because he passed away. But they dedicated the show to him. And it is now starring Uzo Aduba, and I highly, highly recommend. It's witty and it's quick and it's Clue-esque, and it's the character, the array of characters in this show is fantastic. So if you have Netflix, I highly suggest watching that show. Oh my god, The Residence is so good. She was amazing in it. A worthy replacement. Absolutely. Absolutely. I am patiently awaiting a season 2 because oh my god, what a fantastic, like it hit all the notes. Like it hit everything that I want out of a whodunit without it having to be pure drama. Like it hit everything. It was funny. It was dark. It was moving. Like there were reasons behind everything. Nothing was just, oh, it's funny just because we ran out of character development or plot line. It was so good. I loved it so much. I think it was really, really good. It was really, really good. Oh, another good show. Shoot. Netflix. That we have Running Point. I also highly suggest Running Point if you're looking for something not true crimey, on Netflix. Really good. That has been approved. Already working on season 2. We're so excited. I just watched the last episode. I hate watching the last episode of something and knowing that like right now I don't have another episode, or like knowing that it's the series finale, and there's not going to be any more. Like I don't think I ever watched the very last episode of New Girl after like the very last newest season of New Girl. I didn't watch it because I'm like, there's no more. I'm not going to watch it. I refuse to watch some series finales. I refuse. It's just hard sometimes. Like even Brooklyn Nine-Nine, I'm not watching the series finale. Sorry. Not doing it. Not going to do it because it's too real when it happens. Is that weird? Oh, Severance. I have to start Severance. I've heard of fantastic, amazing, beautiful, wonderful things. And maybe I'll start that today. Maybe I'll start Severance today. I might have to. Oops. Cover up Devin's face. So.
Okay. Well, listen, I'm going to have you step on out so we can further talk about things, okay? So step on out of the car for me, please. Yeah. Here, let's step on out with me so we can talk over here in front of my cruiser, please.
He said, yeah.
I don't need you to look for your insurance anymore. I just need you to step on.
No, I'm gonna like place something out here. Now the fact that you just said that.
I have no idea what that means. Do me a favor, step on out, please. That's the second time I've asked you.
Honestly, what the hell does that mean? Like, what did she just say? I'm gonna play something out here now that you just said that. What does that mean? Girl, you're done. You're done. Like you're done. Also, your tires look a little bald. Sorry.
Stop digging in your purse. Step out of the car.
Matter.
Yes, it does. I don't know what's in that purse, so step out of the car. I've asked you third time now that I've asked you to please step out of the car and talk.
Don't look for your seatbelt. It's not on.
Talk to me over here.
Okay,
you could go ahead and leave your purse right there. That's fine.
The fact of the matter is, though.
Let's leave the purse.
What is that shirt? I'm sorry. What state are they in? I don't know what state this is. I just clicked on a video and it looked great. And I'm not doing any more digging than what I'm being handed. But what is that shirt? That's crazy. I mean, nice rack. But like, what is that shirt? Where were you and where are you going? What state are we in? What year is it?
There for me, please. And then I'll talk to you over here. No problem. Can you put your purse over there for me, please?
Not the matching cowboy boots. Okay, slay. All right, she's a slay.
This is my wallet.
Your wallet, then. Can you please place your wallet over there?
Okay, so there's a.
Okay. Let's step over there so we're not out of the traffic. Okay, come on. Let's walk over to my cruiser over here, please. Right here. Or let's go to the sidewalk so we're out of the roadway, please.
Wow. Wait, what is it? Police?
Okay,
What?
well, tell me about your problem right here. Do me a favor. Stand right here for me, okay?
Here,
okay, perfect.
here,
I appreciate
here
you.
I am.
Okay.
Ooh,
What I'm going to have you do,
do?
put your feet together.
Why are they so sad? They're like, they get mad. What is this? This design is crazy. This design is crazy. Oh, I don't care about that. You know, human bodies. But this is a choice in design. That is a choice. That is a choice. Wow. There's many. How do you think that's sequins or like a glittery thread? No. I love when they get sassy. Remember the guy, right arm, right nose? I love when they get sassy. Like you are officially done. You are pulled out of the car, right? You are taken out of the car. You are now doing a DUI check. Like you're screwed. You're screwed. Screwed up. You're going to walk the line, you're going to follow the light, you're going to do the breathalyzer, and you're going to get arrested and you're going to get upset. We know the deal, but I want to know how she gets upset because she's sassy. It's building within her. Here, I'm here. Here, I'm here. Yeah, man, we know you're there because there's 2 cop cars, multiple officers watching you. Man, what a downer. What a downer. You spent all that money, all that time getting a great buzz going on. You're feeling good. You're feeling strong. You're feeling immortal, you know? You can do anything. Everything's great. My back doesn't hurt anymore. My sinuses are clear. You get in the car and you go home ruined. Ruined. You're high, destroyed.
Keep your hands down to your side and remain in this position until I tell you.
I wonder if drunks are more pissed that like you're messing up my buzz or like over I'm now being arrested. Like at the moment, are they more pissed that like she can't go home. She can't hop on the couch. She can't have a snack. She can't take her shoes, her cowboy boots off. You know, she can't have her feet relaxed. She can't just like feel good, you know, because she can't do this being interrupted. And like, I don't know if you waking up in the drunk tank in the morning, not remembering what the hell happened is even it's not on your mind.
To do otherwise, okay? Don't worry about him. Focus on me. I'm talking to you. I'm talking to you, okay? So stand with your feet together, hands down at your side like this. Do you understand? Pretty.
It doesn't, you know what?
It does matter.
No,
it does.
No,
Listen,
it doesn't.
your driving behavior.
There it goes.
No, I didn't do anything.
You ran through a red light.
Here it is.
No, I didn't. That's the thing. That's the best part about it.
I have it on my video camera that you went through a red light.
I will.
Okay.
I will take that on there.
Okay. So
we can.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Arrest me.
So I'm not trying to do all that. I'm trying to see if you're okay to drive, and by doing.
This is my thing. Because she's not, like, you know, she's not. She hasn't been okay. You watched her driving. It was not okay. I'm just trying to see if you're okay. You're not okay. You're not okay. There's nothing okay about you because we pulled you over in the first place. And now look at you. Would you just look at you? You're not okay. I don't know.
Doing these things.
Do you think cops get a little like gratification from doing these, you know, walk the toe, heel to toe, nose to finger to nose things? Like, do you think they get a little like gratification? They're just like like making someone drinking and driving suffer a little.
It will help me determine whether you are okay to drive or not. Okay, that's why I'm asking if there's something.
I love the multiple angles. I love it so much.
Do you have a glass eye?
I have my left eye is like negative 35%.
Okay. Are you wearing contacts?
Yes, I am.
Okay. You're gonna make things.
Why are you being sassy? Yes, I am. Well, I don't know. I can't see. It's the middle of the night. I can't see if you're wearing contacts or not. That's the point of contacts. You're not supposed to be able to know that you're wearing contacts. Chill. Ugh. I hate that so much. Yes, I am. Like, what do you mean? You're surrounded by police officers because you're drunk. Chill out.
Oh, I'm gonna run off right now.
Is that supposed to be a joke? Because
Yeah, it
it's
is.
kind of a
I'm
serious
sorry.
thing right now, okay?
No, I'm sorry. I'm
Okay.
sorry.
All
I'm
right.
sorry.
Do you care if I take the key just to make sure that doesn't
Okay.
happen? While you
Okay,
make a
here's
phone?
the thing. I love the multiple angles, but I also hate them. Golly, I'm just trying to make it. Ugh, keep
Call.
moving
I'll
around.
write your ticket, and then we get somebody here. Okay. Let me get the keys. Where's your phone at?
Okay, give me a second because now I'm kind of getting upset.
Really?
Because your license should not be on you.
Who? And where are you calling from? Oh, I wonder what she drank. Because her words aren't that slurred. I mean, they're a little slurred, but they're not like, you know, give me on, yeah. Like, they're not like slurred. I wonder what she drank. If it's, I mean, is she?
It's your license.
I'm sorry.
It's your license.
Yeah, that's
So,
what I meant. I'm
Left,
sorry.
left foot in front of your right foot, please.
Left in front of my right.
Left.
Or what?
Hold on. Left foot and right foot in front of it in a heel-toe fashion. So just put your right foot in front of that foot. Yep. With your heel touching your toe, and hands down at your side. Hands, you had it.
I did.
You had it.
Yeah.
Just hold that position.
Okay.
No, I said I'll wait.
Okay. How long are you planning on waiting for?
I'm just making.
We're out here cold. I thought we were trying to get this done and over with. So go ahead and do your steps. Do you understand? Do you understand? Do you have any questions?
No, I do have a lot of questions.
Hello? Do you understand? Hello? Is she just... What do you mean?
What could you possibly have a question on that for him?
Okay, don't roast her. You have been chill this whole time. Don't get her going. Don't egg her on to act out. That's not fair. Let her act out on her own, because we know she will.
You know, it's fine. No, don't even worry about it.
I want to make sure that you understand it completely. So do you have a question?
I do have a question about
Yes. What's your question?
is how people like you try.
I'm really worried about what she's going to say, and so is this officer right here. He's so worried about what she's about to say. When something starts at, you know what, I do have a question. It's when people like you, what do you mean? Where are you going, ma'am? Where are we going with this? Where are you going? Where are you going with this?
That you understand it completely. So do you have a question?
I do have a question about.
Yes. What's your question?
Is how people like you try to mess with other people.
No one's trying to mess with you.
Yeah, no one's trying to mess.
See, this is why I don't think she's that drunk. Because she pulled her punch. She pulled her punch. She had it. She took a breath, and the little angel on her shoulder said, "Don't do it." And the devil over here is like, "Nah, do it." But she listened to the angel on that one. She said, "People like you try to mess with other people." She pulled her punch. Good.
So do you have anything pertaining to what I just demonstrated for you?
What do you mean do?
Exactly what I instructed you.
I didn't hear
Stalling.
You said you understood and you were ready to go.
You're gonna follow my finger again, okay?
They're so chill. All these cops, they're stoic. They're just chill. He got the, the lead officer, whoever is like running the stop. He got a little testy, but other than that, I mean, he is chill. They're just like, another one. Here we go.
You see the tip of my finger? Right here? All right. Follow that with your eyes and your eyes only. Don't move your head, okay? Follow it with your eyes and your eyes only. Not following it. Okay. You need to follow it with your eyes and your eyes only. Okay.
I am. Yes, I am.
Okay. She's on.
I didn't do anything.
This has
I
been
didn't
pretty chill. I'm confused. Lego Wildflower set, one of the worst sets in my honest opinion. What? Because it's not Technic. Why? Because it's not. Why? Because it's not Technic. Because it doesn't got four wheels. No, it is pretty repetitive. Also, the pedals, the toughness of the pedal, like they're tiny. These ones, this is from the Wildflower set. These ones, yeah, it's tough. You have like 2 layers, and my biggest issue with the Wildflower set is you want okay, all right, can we have like real talk right now, Steve? So for these, you want, I don't know if you can see, there's like these little pedals here. I tell you, we love Legos here. And they have a curve on them, and they pop in only one way. So either having the angle downwards, to the right, or downwards to the left. But the amount of pedals on here, there's only enough room for a specific number. And when you get to a certain spot, instead of having like long side, short sides, long side, short sides, you meet with a triple, like opposite. Like there's like one too many. It's like a bit too big. Like if you take one out, it would be, and it's a Lego set. You don't have to follow the rules, but yeah, there's like one too many in there is what I noticed. But then if you don't have all of them in there, it looks a little, so there's like extra. You need either one more or one less.
I didn't do anything.
Okay, you're being placed under arrest for OVI.
I didn't do anything.
But you did. This is interesting.
Do you have anything in your car that you need to take with you?
Shocks officers with her action.
Do you want your purse? Do you want your keys? Do you want your phone? Wallet?
This is all pretty standard affair. She came out. She said, I wasn't, I understand. She got a little sassy. Nothing crazy has happened yet. I just kind of did a quick scroll. It must happen a little later.
You want your purse and your phone? Just cruise, you take her, get started on that. Okay. Wait for the tow. I'm going to go with him, okay? Make sure you do inventory. If you find house keys, phone, purse, just bring all that. Bring all that
Something's got to pop off. Because this is pretty calm. This is acceptable.
Let's go. Have a seat.
She's not resisting. They're gentle. She didn't fight. Oh man, it's definitely not a good look though. Let's just take a look at her sweater real quick. Does that look like at least one beer? Whoa, what are they called? A cup? What do they call a big beer cup? Big beer cup. They call that a stein. Looks like a big beer stein. German. Yeah, it looks like what else do they call it? A pint? Pints. Imperial pint. Looks like one of those big beer things on her sweater, so I don't know. That's tough luck.
Thank God I got these freaking pieces of shit. That female will be a 21.
She has been chill. So if something wild happens, it will feel even more wild because she has not been crazy, right? She's been pretty chill. She came out, yes, she's drunk, but she's not pushy. She's not yelling. She only cried once the handcuffs went on. This is interesting. Overall, pretty calm arrest. You're super drunk. Let's get you in.
Go ahead, step on out.
Sober you up. Let's get your
Go
car
ahead
code.
and step on out. Third time.
Okay, listen. At this point, we don't have to take you to jail. We can release you to somebody else once we're done with your paperwork. But if you're not going to cooperate and there's going to be a problem, we're going to take you to jail. Do you understand?
Go ahead.
I understand that what
It's starting. The cop, something happened in the car that we did not see to piss them off. They're also mad that they're out of their cars in the cold, which I get. Something happened in the car and they're mad. But we didn't see anything wild.
Never mind.
Okay.
You guys sound
Step on
like
out.
you sound like the people at Manaway.
Okay. Go ahead and walk up those steps. Come on.
Be an opportunity to give us.
Oops. Because it's like an extra one. Like if you like on these ones, there's like an extra one. So you know when you like the down, up, you have to like triple one of them because there's an extra piece. But if you take one out, then it's not full.
Yeah, I didn't even do that. I just did one long line.
These are cute. Cheers. I don't know what I'm gonna do with them. Look at all the other Lego flowers I still have to fix and install.
There's that one that's still out front that I'm like,
Oh, yeah. So many Lego flowers. All right, let's continue with the. We're almost done. We're 5 minutes left.
Give us a urine sample for a drug test.
Do with these.
Okay.
A drug test?
Yes, for OVI.
For an OVI,
No, because
I'm not even under the influence.
Okay, well, if that's the
Of
case,
alcohol?
then you would definitely want to submit to a urine test because that'll prove your innocence.
Oh, perfect.
Okay, so let us read you this paper real quick, and then we'll get you to the bathroom.
The way she said, "Oh, perfect," it kind of gave me the energy like maybe she's not, but like I know she is, but like maybe she's like, is she? I don't know. That was really weird. She said, "Oh, perfect."
I'm not even under the influence.
Okay, well, if that's the case, then you would definitely want to submit to
No, she's clearly under the influence, but of what? I want to know.
a urine test because that'll prove your innocence.
Oh, perfect.
Okay, so let us read you this paper real quick, and then we'll get
weird.
you to
It felt like
get you
so
to the bathroom
new.
so you can do that.
I don't understand. You're telling me one thing. This guy's telling me another thing.
Go ahead and have a seat on that bench for me, please. You're not gonna pee. Don't stand right here.
No, I am.
Right,
if I need to, I can't.
All right.
Sit right there. Do not pee.
Do not pee in our booking room.
Why can I not?
All right.
Sit down.
Let
Because
us
this
read
isn't a bathroom.
Let us read this paper to you first. If you want to give a urine test, you can do so.
I take that back. She is super, super drunk. She was going to take her pants off and piss for that urine test right there. That's how bad she doesn't want to be here. No, you're not going to pee here. Someone will take you to the bathroom.
As soon as we finish reading this paper, we'll take you to the bathroom so you can go to the bathroom. Okay?
Please sit.
No, I can go right here if I need to.
All right.
No, we're not
Hold
gonna do
that.
it. Have a
Find that.
That's bold.
Yeah.
Start reading.
Yep.
Yep. Go ahead.
Consequences of test refusal for 45.19. Okay, you are now under the arrest for operating under the influence of alcohol, a drug, a combination of them, operating a vehicle. Stop.
Oh my god! 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 I knew it! Oh my god! Oh, She said, I'm peeing in this cup. Now, test my piss. Test my piss. It's right here. Oh my God. I'm going to get off of the screen. I'm going to go back and we are watching that again. They reminder, they just said you're not going to pee here. We got to read this paper and then we will take you to the bathroom. I'm going to be off the screen because I don't want to be in the way of any. That is so. Oh, no, they blur everything. But oh my God. Just watch this. Shock. When I told you she was going to do something shocking, that it was going to be so shocking. Because what do you mean? She didn't do anything. Everything was normal. Oh.
Yeah.
Start reading.
Yep.
Go ahead.
Consequences of test
Everything is
refusal for
blurred.
45.19.
Everything is blurred.
Okay, you are
Like,
now under
really
arrest for operating under the influence of alcohol, drug, a combination of them, operating a vehicle. Stop. Are you just read Fine, I'm just going to read it. Operating a vehicle under the influence of alcohol, a drug, a combination of them, operating a vehicle while under the influence of a listed controlled substance, physical control of a vehicle while under the influence. If you refuse to take...
Not the sound. The sound, not the sound. It took her a minute to get started. She's a little pee shy. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. The sound, I can't. I actively like have to go pee. And so this is killing me. I can't. Oh my God. She's out of her mind. No. Oh my God, I'm dying. Her just staring at the other officer, just like, and oh my God.
To take any chemical testing required by law, your Ohio driving privileges will be suspended immediately, and you will have to pay a fee to have the privileges reinstated. If you have a prior conviction of OVI or operating a vehicle while under the influence of a listed controlled substance, you are now under arrest for state OVI, and if you refuse to take a chemical test, you will face increased penalties if you subsequently are convicted of state OVI by law and are found to be at or over the prohibited amount. That being said, do you wish to submit to a urine test? Yes or no?
For what?
I've already explained that to you. For chemical testing, what this is saying for AVI.
She looks like she's like actively aging in front of us. Like she started off at like 34 and she's ending off at 55. Like she looks way worse than a 55-year-old would. I know a lot of people.
Don't even try that with me.
Are you going to submit? I just need a yes or no. I could care less what your answer is. Yes or no.
She peed a lot.
For what purpose?
Urine test. He already explained it to you, and I explained it to you. For chemical testing.
For what purpose?
Ohio. They're in Ohio.
I'm going to take that as a refusal.
No, I never said that though.
Okay.
I never said that. So we will.
Stop.
So
Do not take him where you're going to get a felony.
I'm not going to.
Put your feet down on the floor.
Okay, so we will. Okay, that's fine.
Do you want to submit yes or no?
This makes no sense.
She slipped out. Oh no. Oh, you're covered in pee. Oh no, you're covered in pee. Oh no. Oh no, you're covered in pee. Yeah, I don't think anyone cleaned. She slipped her cuff. And I don't think anyone cleaned up the pee. I hope someone cleaned up the pee. If not, you're covered in pee. Oh no. Not the screaming.
No, my brother.
Put your hands behind your back.
My brother knows what you guys do, and you guys are a bunch of.
Yep. Take this right there.
Oh, wow. Okay, so I don't know. Maybe she was calm because she was holding in her pee. Like she had to go pee real bad and she was running red lights because she had to go pee. And she was calm and she's like, I just really got to go pee. You know, like I'd love to if I could just go pee. You know, and I guess I'm drunk. Yeah, great, sure. But like I also really got to pee. Then she freed herself. Oh, I don't like all of this. I don't like this. It's one thing when it's like out in public. She slipped her handcuff when she was cuffed right here. Let me move myself like She slipped this handcuff here, and the cops were like, no, you're going back in the handcuffs. And then she started resisting intensely.
My brother will kill you.
Yeah, that's like super. That's like a thing that you should don't say so and so will kill you, or I'm gonna have so and so kill you, or don't make me call so and so because they'll kill you. Definitely don't say that when you're actively being handcuffed by police officers inside the police station because you were arrested for DUI and you just pissed on their floor. Definitely don't say that.
You need to knock it off. What are you bleeding from?
You guys do this to me.
Oh, Jesus.
I did nothing to you. Like I'm bleeding because you
Start at 29 for nosebleed. Stop kicking that or you're going to get hogtied.
I don't care. You guys did this.
Well, you shouldn't have fight with the police.
This is not where I thought this was going to end up after watching the first 12 minutes of this video. This is insane. Oh my God.
You guys did this to me.
Stop kicking that or you're going to get hobbled.
You did it to yourself.
You did it to yourself by trying to fight with the police.
I never tried to fight with any police.
Okay, you see that right there? That's a camera. You see this right here? That's a camera. You see this right here? It's also a camera. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
The suspect was charged with resisting arrest, OVI second offense, OVI BAC .08.17, and issued a citation.
Okay, so her blood alcohol content was anywhere between 0.08 and 0.17, which is pretty high. Pretty high citation, whatever. Wow. That escalated very.
Citation for failure to obey traffic control devices. The court set the suspect's bond at $500, which she later posted. In court,
500. That's it. That's it. That's it. See, that's why there's all these like, oh, first offense, second offense, third offense on DUIs. No, first time jail. No bond. That's what I say.
the charge of resisting arrest was
And it wouldn't be an issue if we dropped all of the possession of marijuana charges for literally everybody who's currently in jail and prison. Like, it would not be an issue. Oh, our jails are overcrowded for bullshit. For bullshit offenses. When we got people like this out there pissing on floors, driving around, running red lights, and could cause real actual problems. You cannot be drunk and drive. The pissing on the floor was hilarious.
was dismissed by the
Not
prosecutor.
cool.
The suspect pleaded guilty to the charge of OVI second offense, dismissing the charge of OVI BAC .08 to .17, and citation for failure to obey traffic control devices as per her plea agreement. The court sentenced the suspect to 180 days in jail with 175 days suspended and ordered her Ohio driver's license to be suspended for 1 year. Additionally, the suspect was fined $520.
You get 5 days in jail and you lose your license for a year? Are you kidding me?
In order to pay court costs of $117, totaling $642.
That's it. There's the problem right there. There's the problem right there. There is the problem. There's the problem right there. Y'all just keep letting them go. You'll just keep letting them go. Garbage. Trash. All right. That's it for me today. I'm going to be done. I'll probably see you guys on Sunday. See what's going on Sunday. We will. I have to pee. And let me see. Let me just do a quick where they're at juror wise for Karen Reed. So they're still at 10 seated jurors. They lost one and gained one today. So there's still 10. So far, 10 jurors have been seated in the Karen Reed retrial in Massachusetts. 5 men, 5 women. 16 jurors needed, and they are at 10. So they need 6 more, and jury selection will resume Monday. So that's where they are. That's where they're at. I'm going to go. I got to pee. I will be peeing on the floor very soon if I don't go pee right now. So I'll see you guys later. See you Sunday. Thanks for being here. Appreciate it. I'll play my intro and then we'll be out. Bye. Thanks. Bye. Bye. Thanks. Bye.